Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing, I would like to take a moment to say a few words about our fellow board member, Rafi Crockett, to both recognize her and to thank her for her service. She has informed us today that this is her last day on the ABRA board. So this morning, it's bittersweet for me and for the members of the board. Rafi has served on the board since July of 2019, and her term expires on May 7th, 2023. She has notified us and the Office of Talent and Appointments that she is not seeking another term on the board, nor is she staying past her term expiration. Rafi and her expertise will be missed for many reasons. She hit the ground running from the very beginning of her appointment. She ramped up quickly to learn the board's responsibilities and the law and regulations that governs the agency's work. Rafi set a high standard of what a board member should be. She is a consummate professional, ethical, and stands by her convictions. She's always prepared for board meetings, putting in the time necessary to read agendas and learn the issues which benefit board deliberations and decisions. Many of the boards and agencies' success during Rafi's tenure can be attributed to her. For example, Rafi had a dramatic and positive impact on improvements made by the board to the district's medical cannabis program, which the board took over in October of 2020. With the district's breaking its highest retail sales record ever in the month of April for a second straight month, it is clear that Rafi is leaving the district's medical cannabis program in a much better place than when the board inherited it. Rafi deserves credit for expanding access to the medical cannabis program for patients, caregivers, employees, and returning citizens. This resulted from Rafi and the board working with the council to allow all returning citizens to work at a medical cannabis facility. She also deserves credit for significantly expanding upon the ability of returning citizens to own a medical cannabis facility. Additionally, Rafi's support of self-certification, non-resident registration, expanded patient reciprocity, and medical cannabis delivery has served to significantly increase patient access to medical cannabis. Over the years, Rafi also played a major role in making numerous significant and positive changes to the board's medical cannabis and alcohol regulations through the rulemaking process. Rafi took the board's public safety and enforcement responsibilities seriously and was able to strike the proper balance between the concerns of ANCs and the public and requests from applicants and licensees. Rafi also played a supportive role with ABRA's staff. Her constant support of staff has earned her their appreciation and respect. Rafi was an invaluable board member during the pandemic, as her IT skills benefited the board when the board found it necessary to occasionally hold meetings or late-night virtual public meetings. I will miss Rafi's participation and contributions to the board. I can always count on her keeping me on my toes. While Rafi and I may occasionally not agree on board decisions, Rafi does a great job with making well-reasoned arguments to support her position and benefit the board. The board and ABRA cannot thank you enough for your contributions as a board member. We will miss you greatly. Please stay in contact. And we don't always agree, but I will miss you tremendously, Rafi. From the bottom of my heart, I really mean that. All right. If any other board member want to say something, they can. If not
Chairman?
necessary. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. I would really like to say for the record, it's been a pleasure and an adventure to work with Rafi. And she has brought a lot to the board, tremendous help with all our legislative issues dealing with the cannabis, medical cannabis, and we will miss her greatly. I do want to say goodbye, Rafi, and we'll wish you well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. All right. All right. Before we move on, all right. All right. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, it's case number 23PRO00035, Social House, license number 117571. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of a settlement agreement. Our next case in our calendar, case number 23PRO00030, the Royal Sinister Capitol Hill, license number 123801. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Good morning, Chairman. Matthew Menora, your access has been elevated, and I do not see the protestant.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Menora. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Matthew Menora. I'm from the law firm of Malleus, O'Brien, and Sankbound. We're ABC licensed counsel for the applicant. My name is spelled MATTHEW MINORA.
Good morning. I see that the protestant is not here. And just as a preliminary matter, Mr. Menora, is there a settlement?
No, there is not a settlement agreement.
All right. I'm sorry. This is okay. This is oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a royal. It's my understanding, Mr. Menor, that there is a pending motion that you had filed against you, the ANC. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the ANC has 5 days to respond, so they have an additional 5 days before they are required to respond to your motion. But all right, but what I'm going to do this morning is that I'm going to make a motion that we're going to dismiss the ANC based on their failure to be here this morning. As you're aware, I'll make the motion the ANC will have 10 days to give us reasonable notice, reasonable cause why they failed to show up today. If they failed to provide the agency with the board with reasonable notice why they failed to show up here this morning, the matter will be dismissed. And if they respond, if they respond within the 10 days, the board will also, and if they respond to your motion, then the board will make a determination and to see whether or not this matter will move on. But the motion, because they're not here this morning, I'm going to make a motion that their protest be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. So as you know, as I stated before, Mr. Menor, we will issue an order dismissing the ANC for its failure to appear at the protest hearing. They'll have 10 days to respond, and the agency, the board will make a decision whether or not, if they respond within the 10 days, and if we decide to reinstate them, we'll also give them additional 5 days to respond to your motion and then make a decision one way or the other. All right?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00033, Slice and Pie Lucy, license number 118631. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Sure. Manal Mahmoud, your access has been elevated. Santiago Lacatos, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Let me have the licensee. Can you please, I'm sorry, the representative of the licensee, Mr. Mahmoud, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Manal Mahmoud with Malleus O'Brien Sandground, MANNALLE
Good morning, Ms. Mahmoud. Mr. Lacatas, can you please identify yourself for the record and please spell and state your name, please?
Yes, good morning. Santiago Lakatos, SANTIAGO LAKATOS, ANC Commissioner for 1B04, which includes the applicant.
Good morning. Good morning again. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair. We've actually worked a settlement agreement, and I believe the ANC will be voting on it tomorrow.
Correct.
All right. Provided that if this matter is not settled, then we'll have a protest hearing on June 28th, 2023. And as you have stated, there's a settlement agreement, the ANC will vote on it. And once the settlement agreement is provided to the agency, the board will vote and more likely approve it. And so we won't have a hearing on the 28th. Okay. So I'm hoping that the ANC signs off on the settlement agreement. So, and I'm also glad that the parties were able to come to a mutual agreement on what's best for the licensee and what's best for the residents. Okay. All right. Thank you for the presentation. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00034, the Owl Room, license number 76116. This hearing has been rescheduled to May 10th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the party. The next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00013 and case number 22-251-00013A, The Good Guys Restaurant, license number 899. This case has been continued to July 26, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. at a request of the respondent. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00082, Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market, license number 60432. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government, any witnesses, and also the licensee, please?
Wendell Robinson, your access has been elevated. Kevin Lutz, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jovan Miller, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Robinson, can you mute your phone, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. There's some feedback. I'm not sure what.
All right, Mr. Robinson, it appears that there are two people who are online in the same location where you are at. And so one person's line has to be muted. And you can also turn your camera on, sir. Mr. Robinson.
Is that better?
Yes, sir, that's better.
Thank you.
No. All right.
There's no.
You are logged on twice, sir. So one of those, either you need to log off one of the equipment or you need to mute one of the equipment. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson.
I have sent him a request to unmute.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I came.
Mr. Robinson, you're logged on two equipment, sir. And because you're logged on two equipments, it is causing a feedback.
I'm in a closed office. There isn't any other cell phones in here. There aren't any other computers in here. So I'm just not sure.
But can you turn your camera on? Now I can't see you. Now the other logon is gone. I can't see you, but I can hear you now.
I'm not sure what the problem is, Mr. Chairman. Let me just try something else.
Well, you know what it is, Mr. Robinson?
Can you see me now?
I can't see you, but I don't have the feedback. So I'll just move with what we have. So I can hear you well. I saw you. I recognize your voice. And I also saw you in a previous our showcase status. Now I can see. Yes, I can see you, Mr. Robinson. Okay,
and
good.
Also, Mr. Amadi is here also.
All right, fine. Okay, Mr. Lewis, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Kevin Lutz for the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Robinson, can you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Wendell Robinson on behalf of the licensee, and also with me is Mr. Gatu Amadi. Please state your name. K2 Amde. Mr. Chairperson.
No, I need him to, I can't hear him, and I need him to spell his name.
Getuamde. Getu Amde.
How do you spell your last name, sir? Sir, we have a court reporter. That's one of the reasons why, for the court reporter, I ask everyone to spell their name. Okay. So the court reporter, will they be able to spell it? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. AMDE. Amde. My last name.
Spell and what's your first name again, sir? Keith? Tell me your whole name and spell it, sir.
Getu Amde. GETUAMDE.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Robinson, I just want to get some clarification too. So because I remember from the status hearing. Who do you represent? Do you represent because it's my understanding that this license, I think, it's being transferred. And I think the representation that you made the last time was that you do represent both parties, and you had made it known to them that there was a potential conflict. So who the individual is who is with you today? Is this person the owner of record, or is he the transferee? Who is the license been transferred to?
The person that holds the license name is Mr. Retta, RETTA, McConnen, MAKONNEN.
Do you represent?
I represent Esteta and Mr. McConnen, who are the licensees. He has death in the family, and I'm asking that he be excused from today's hearing. He said he could not make it because there's death in the family. Mr. Amdi, I represented him when the property there was a buy-sell agreement. I represented him. I drafted the agreement. They both agreed to it. And on January 26, 2022, Mr. McConnen sold Esteta business to Mr. Amdi as a Sena. However, the transfer of the license was being under the auspice of a person named Albert Ebert, ALBERT, last name EBERT. The application was returned because of lack of information, of which I was then retained to try to facilitate that. And during that time, during the facilitation, the charges were levied against the licensee.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Luke. All right. Is there any preliminary matters in this case today?
Mr. Chairperson, there's in fact two preliminary matters. First, apologies, board's indulgence. I forgot to read spell out my name for the record. It's Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz. It's KEVINLUTES. And today I'm also joined by ABRA investigator Jovan Miller. As the second preliminary matter, the district has not received a witness or exhibit list nor exhibits from Mr. Robinson nor the licensee. And at this time, the district would object to Mr. Amdi testifying in this hearing because he is no witness list or exhibits have been sent, no witnesses have been identified, and Mr. Amdi is not the licensee of record.
May I be heard?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My preliminary matter is the matter should be dismissed because pursuant to DC Code 25447 in a show cause hearing, there must be some allegations against the licensee. With respect to the charges and specifications, particularly charge number 2, there is not one representation that the licensee made, and I quote, "You made a false or misleading statement during a regulatory inspection or investigation," end of quote. There wasn't, Mr. Amdi, who is listed in there as making the false allegation, was not an agent, servant, or employee of the licensee. He was the owner. I brought this to Mr. attention, so with respect to charge 2,
Mr. Robinson, I don't mean to cut you, but I mean, that is more of a substantive than a preliminary motion. My position, sir, is that the government has a burden to prove the charge.
Correct.
And so therefore, you can make a motion once the government has presented its case. And if you want to make oral arguments, well, based on, but let me ask you a question. Mr. Lutz raised the preliminary issue, and the preliminary issue is that there's no, you didn't provide a PIP, and I remember clearly I informed both parties at the show cause hearing status that 7 days before the hearing, you must exchange documents. And the board, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent the other side from presenting evidence and witnesses. Now, do you plan to call any witnesses today, sir?
Only in terms of rebuttal, but we did give the government documents. The documents were sent to Mr. Lutz in a letter dated March 11th, 2023, which was a copy of the buy-sell agreement that was signed on January 26, 2022, of which Mr. Amdu became the owner of Esteta. Mr. Lutz has never objected to that document being valid.
All right. Mr. Lutz, what I'm going to do at this juncture, I'm not going to rule on your motion. Once if Mr. Robinson attempts to call witnesses or offer evidence, you can raise your motion and the board will address it at that time. Okay? So that, all right. Does the government, all right, so this is a showcase hearing. The way the process works, the government goes first, so the government would have an opportunity to make a opening statement. The government, if the government has a witness, the government will call its witness. The witness will testify. Mr. Robinson will have an opportunity to cross-examine the government's witness. Once you have cross-examined the government's witness, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. Once the board has asked questions of the witness, you, Mr. Robinson, will get another opportunity to ask questions of the witness based on the questions that were raised by the board. And then Mr. Lutz will have an opportunity to ask redirect of his witness. Once the government has presented its case, you will have an opportunity to present your case, sir. All right? And so then that's the way we process. And then we'll have closing arguments, and then we'll move on from there. All right, so does the government wish to make a closing, an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the government does wish to make an opening statement.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. This case is about a licensee serving alcohol without an ABC manager or owner present. And when caught in the act by an ABRA investigator, the manager on duty misrepresented that they were the owner of the establishment. The evidence will show that around 10:30 on September 30th, 2022, ABRA investigator Jovan Miller arrived at the establishment over the course of his duties, and after entering the establishment, investigator Miller encountered Mr. Ketu Amdi, who identified himself as the owner of the establishment, but changed his answer after investigator Miller confirmed that he was not the owner of record. Next, you will hear how Mr. Amdi was unable to present Mr. Miller with a valid ABC manager's license, and how investigator Miller observed patrons consuming alcohol during his visit. Further, you will hear how Mr. Amdi knew that he was not the owner because he filed an application for transfer of license, which was returned to him as deficient months in advance of the date of the violations. By this hearing's conclusion, the district will have proven by preponderance of the evidence that Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market failed to have an ABC manager on duty during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol under DC Code 25701, and that Mr. Omdi held himself out as the manager for the licensee, that Mr. Omdi knew that he was not the owner of the establishment, and that he attempted to mislead Investigator Miller when he stated that he was the owner of license under DC Code 25823A5C, for which the board may take proposed action under DC Code 25823. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or do you defer until later on?
Reserve.
Okay, fine. Mr. Luth, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the district requests to call ABCA Investigator Jovan Miller.
All right, Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lutz, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Miller, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's JOVANMILLER, Jovan Miller.
Where do you work?
I work for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
What's your position at? And if I use the acronym ABCA, do you understand that that refers to the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration?
Yes, sir.
And what's your position at ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you worked as an investigator at ABCA?
4 years.
What duties does that position entail?
Conducting investigations in, conducting investigations in, excuse me. Sorry about that. Conducting investigations and inspections of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And how are you involved in investigations?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you.
How are you involved in conducting investigations?
I might not be understanding the question. What do you mean?
Let me rephrase that. What type of trainings have you received in conducting investigations?
Internal training from ABCA.
And during your investigations, have you encountered Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market?
Yes, sir.
When did you encounter Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market?
It was Friday, September 30th, 2022.
And what was the result of that encounter?
No ABC manager or owner violation.
And now turning to the events of your encounter with Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, can you walk me through how you arrived at the establishment?
I visited the establishment to deliver a service form.
What happened when you entered the establishment?
I introduced myself as a ABCA investigator and asked to speak with a ABC manager or owner.
Who introduced? Did you speak to anyone?
I spoke to a female staff member who introduced me to Mr. Getu Amdi.
How did Mr. Getu Amdi identify himself?
He identified himself as the owner.
Is Mr. Amdi the owner?
Objection calls for speculation.
Mr. Luth?
Mr. Chairperson, this is an easily identifiable fact of which Investigator Miller will testify that he was able to identify Mr. Amdi as not the owner.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question if he can.
Can you please repeat?
Is Mr. Amdi the owner?
No, sir.
How did you know?
I contacted Supervisor Investigator Mark Brashears. He notified me that Mr. Getu Amdi was not the.
Objection. That's second. That's hearsay on hearsay.
Objection. He's testifying. Or sorry, Mr. Miller's speaking to his actions, and furthermore, hearsay is admissible in this forum.
May I respond to that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's double hearsay. We don't. The best evidence rule here would require that the government produce some evidence of that. What we have is Mr. Miller stating he doesn't know, but someone else told him. That's double hearsay. So I object on that basis. The government should present the best evidence to show exactly why Mr. Amdi is not the owner of the property.
Mr. Chairperson, may I speak?
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Here, opposing counsel is saying that Mr. Miller does not know. Mr. Miller has not said that. Moreover, Mr. Miller is merely testifying to the steps that he took to verify whether Mr. Amdi was the owner, and he has personal knowledge of these steps that he took.
Mr. Chairperson, we're not talking about the steps that he took. Mr. Lutz asked him, was Mr. Amdi the owner? He said no. Then he asked, how do you know that? He then went and said some supervisor told him that he was not. My objection is that's double hearsay. So the government has an obligation to present the best evidence, not just hearsay evidence. And in these hearings, there must be at least a modicum of legally admissible evidence for the board to make a decision. And of course, on cross-examination, I can further illuminate why that's important.
And I'm going to overrule your objection, and you'll have that opportunity, sir, on cross-examination to do that. All right, so I'm going to overrule your objection at this time. Go ahead, Mr. Miller, if you can answer.
I contacted Supervisor Mark Brashears, who then checked ABRA records to verify that Mr. Getu Amdi was not the owner of the establishment.
And after you verified that Mr. Amdi was not the owner of the establishment, did you speak with Mr. Amdi?
Yes, sir.
What did Mr. Amdi change his answer?
Objection. Yes, that's a leading question.
It's an open-ended question that can be answered with yes or no, as well as other statements. It's a statement to let him to investigate. It is not a leading question.
All right, Mr. Luke, just rephrase your question, please, sir.
And after you spoke with Mr. Amdi, what did he say?
He stated that he stated that he was the ABC manager and proceeded to hand me a temporary ABC manager license.
Was the temporary ABC manager's license valid?
No, sir.
Why wasn't it valid?
The expiration date was September 16, 2022.
And when did you visit the establishment?
September 30th, 2022.
During your visit to Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, do you observe any patrons drinking alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Nile employees serving patrons alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Did you take photos during your visit?
Yes, sir.
Did any other, other than Mr. Amdi, did anyone else identify themselves as an ABC manager or owner?
No, sir.
And so after you spoke to Mr. Amdi, what happened next?
I notified him of the ABC manager or owner violation for the establishment and took photographs of patrons drinking alcohol.
After your visit, and what happened after that?
I exited the establishment.
And after you exited the establishment, did you write a report?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district requests permission to show what's marked as Government Exhibit A.
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Lutz to share his screen, please?
Access has been elevated.
Court's indulgence while I open. Investigator Miller, what are we looking at? What's I'm showing you what's marked as Government Exhibit A. Can you please tell me what this document is?
This is a case report I wrote for Now Ethiopian Restaurant and Now Market.
Have you had the opportunity to review this document prior to the hearing?
Yes, sir.
Is this a document a true and accurate representation of the case report that you wrote?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district requests confirmation that Government Exhibit A, the case report, is in evidence.
Yes, it is, because the government, I'm sorry, the agents will take administrative notice of its on record. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Miller, in your investigative report, who is the owner of licensee that's listed?
Retta McConan.
Can you spell, Mr. Miller, can you spell the name of that person, please?
Yes, sir. R-E-T-T-A. Last name M-A-K-O-N-N-E-N.
Now, scrolling down, I do want to ask you a question on the first line in the details section. Can you please read the time and date for me?
10:30 a.m. Friday, September 30th, 2022.
When did you visit Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market?
It's 10:30 p.m.
Is the 10:30 a.m. a typo?
Yes, sir.
Now scrolling down to what's marked as what's on Government Exhibit A, but in the report itself it's marked as Exhibit 1. I'm showing you a document that's or what's marked as Government Exhibit 1 of Exhibit A. Can you please tell me what this is?
This is a 90-day temporary ABC manager's license.
Who does it belong to?
Mr. Getu Amdi.
What's the expiration date that's listed?
9/16/2022.
I'm now going to scroll down to what's marked as Government Exhibit number 2 on of what's Government Exhibit B, or sorry, A. Can you tell me what this is?
This is the photograph I have taken at Now Ethiopian Restaurant and Now Market of patrons consuming alcohol.
Is there alcohol present in the photo?
Yes, sir.
Where is it present?
It's present at 3 locations. One to your immediate right, you'll see a glass right next to a bottle. If you move further down, you'll see a patron with a phone in his hand. In front of him is a glass. And then if you move over across to the top middle, you'll see a patron with a glass right there as well.
Now, turning to the next page, it's marked as Exhibit 3. Can you please tell me what this is?
This is Now Ethiopian Restaurant and Now Market's ABC license.
And what are the hours of sales on this license?
Hours of sales are you talking about for the date of or all?
For the date of.
12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And the date of is Friday.
Yes, sir.
I will stop sharing my screen. During your visit, did you observe anyone behind the bar?
I cannot recall.
So after you visited, board's indulgence. So at the time of your visit to Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, who was the owner of the establishment?
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Lewis?
I have asked how he confirmed who the owner was, but at this time I've not asked at the time of his visit who was the owner.
Objection, asked and answered. He asked who was the owner and he said Mr. Retta McConan, and he spelled his name.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Okay. Investigator Miller, are you aware of any documents submitted to ABRA by the licensee, or sorry, by on behalf or regarding Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market?
Objection, could we identify what documents he's talking about?
He said, let's, I'm going to overrule the objection because I believe that we're going to get to that point. That's the question he's asking, sir. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Let him ask the question, and then you can object to. Let's see where we're going here.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Miller, you can answer the question.
Yes, sir.
And what documents were submitted to ABCA?
A transfer of sales documentation was sent to ABCA to our licensing department.
And what was the result of that application for transfer of license?
They needed more documentation. Excuse me, Mr. Getu Amdi was sent a deficiency letter stating that he needed more documentation for the transfer of sales.
And as an investigator, have you reviewed the deficiency letter that was sent to Getu Amdi?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district requests permission to show what's marked as Government Exhibit B.
I believe that you should be able to continue sharing your screen. If not, Mr. Oriana, please allow him to do that.
And confirm I can still share my screen.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Investigator Miller, I'm showing you what's marked as Government Exhibit B. Can you please tell me what this is?
This is a deficiency letter from our licensing department.
Objection, the document was not generated by him.
This, Mr. Chairperson, you've heard how he's used this document over the course of his how he's used it as an investigator. Additionally, if there's an objection to the document, the district would be more than happy to provide additional foundation.
There has not been a foundation laid for this document at all by the drafter. This document is used as additional hearsay.
Mr. Chairperson, this document has been will be testified as being stored over the course of regular business, and further is an admission from Mr. Getu Amdi. At this point, it's not hearsay, and the district will continue to provide more foundation if it is needed.
Where is this letter? Where is this letter from?
Mr. Miller, would you like to answer that?
All right. I'm gonna overrule the objection. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairperson, I also believe I misspoke. This letter is not an admission from Mr. Amdi. Rather, it's addressed to Mr. Amdi. I'd like to clarify that for the record. Court's indulgence for that misstatement. Investigator Miller, you stated you're investigator for ABCA.
Yes, sir.
And this document was generated by ABCA.
Yes, sir.
And it was stored and was generated over the course of the regular business of ABCA.
Objection, that's leading.
And was it? I'll rephrase. Was it generated over the regular course of business for ABCA?
Yes, sir.
And as an agent of ABCA, you've reviewed this document.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district requests that Government Exhibit B be admitted into evidence.
I object, Mr. Chairman.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
As you look at that document, Your Honor, it has Dear Licensee, and it has Ascena Incorporated trading as. The licensee is not Ascena. Ascena is seeking to transfer, but this letter states that your license is not going to be complete because transfer is not complete because you write additional documents. The licensee is Asteta. Mr. Amdi is not the licensee, not yet. And therefore, I object to this document being admitted because it's an incorrect statement of the facts.
Mr. Chairperson, the opposing counsel is arguing to the contents of the letter and not exactly to whether it's can be admissible in court, or sorry, in front of the board.
Well, may I please, the document that's been admitted must speak for itself. This document is speaking incorrectly and should not be admitted.
Mr. Robinson, isn't this part of the agency's record, sir?
Yeah, it is part of the agency records, as I believe, but it's an incorrect statement of the facts. And counsel is seeking to admit it on the basis that Ascena is the licensee. It is not the licensee, Mr. Chairperson. It is a company that's seeking to have the license of Asteta transferred to it.
All right, so who is Getu Amde? Who's that?
Mr. Getu Amdi is the person that's sitting here with me now, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Chairperson, I believe the statements that Mr. Robinson's making are statements that are more fitted to cross-examination. More importantly, he's challenging whether this Mr. Robinson's objections are to whether this document's admissible. Mr. Robinson is arguing that this document's admissible due to its content and not whether it is admissible. Moreover, the district is more than happy to speak more regarding the content of the document. And Mr. Robinson's objections go not towards admissibility, but rather challenge the weight of the evidence. And so therefore, it is also admissible as a matter of law because it is part of the agency's record.
All right, so I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow the document in since it is part of the agency's records, and you can cross-examine the witness, Mr. Robinson, on the contents if you believe that there is some incorrect statements within the document, sir. All right, let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just confirming that Exhibit B is admitted.
Yes, sir. That's part of the agency's records. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Miller, what's the date on this document?
April 3rd, 2022.
Who was it addressed to?
Mr. Getu Amdi.
And what is the address that's listed on the document?
7815 Georgia Avenue, Northwest.
And what establishment is located at that address?
Now Ethiopian and now Market.
And now turning to the letter itself, it says you mentioned this is a deficiency letter. What is a deficiency letter?
This is a document from our licensing department to either an establishment or someone a patron who is trying to obtain some type of application or license or something like that from ABRA, and when all documents are not submitted, this letter is sent out to those applicants.
And who was this deficiency letter mailed to?
Mr. Getu Amdi.
If a deficiency letter is mailed, what is the process? Does a transfer of license take place?
No, sir.
Can you please read to me what documents Mr. Omdi had to submit for the transfer to take place?
For documentation needed, amend front page of application, sidewalk cafe seats in Summer Garden, amend business information from questions number 12 through 17, transfer consent form, certificate of good standing, certificate of incorporation, articles of incorporation, minutes of the board of directors, personal history affidavit, personal information release authorization, purchase and sale agreement, certificate of registration, and government ID. And
In the need before license approval section, can you please tell me what documents are needed?
police clearance, landlord affidavit.
Now turning to the top of the document, turning to this document, is this document a form letter or it comes from a standard template?
I am unsure.
Well, is Mr. Omdi the applicant?
Yes, sir.
And is Mr. Omdi the licensee?
Yes, sir.
Is he the licensee of Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market?
For clarification, during his application, the license specialist created another ABRA license for Nile Ethiopian for the transfer, but it did not get completed. So when they spoke on their licensee, they put that under the new license, not the license of Mr. Retta McConan.
And so at this time, Mr. McConan, Mr. Omdi was not the licensee of Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, or did not hold the license of Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market.
Correct.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Now, Mr. Miller, Investigator Miller, turning back to your visit at Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market. Does an ABRA license holder need to have an ABC manager's license?
No, sir.
Would a ABC manager need a valid ABC manager's license?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe Mr. Omdi was trying to mislead you by stating he was the owner?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm asking Mr. Miller to testify to his own thoughts and beliefs. This is not speculation.
Asking what someone else believes is speculation as to what that person believes.
Mr. Chairperson, this is not hearsay. Moreover, this is not speculation because he knows what he believes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm sustaining the objection.
And Mr. Miller, if Mr. Omdi was not the owner, would he need a valid ABC manager's license to manage the establishment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
May I proceed, sir?
Sure, Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
Mr. Miller, in your statement of charges that you drafted, I noticed in there you cited particular sections of the DC code. Did you put those code sections in, or did someone else put them in?
Objection, misstatement, Mr. The charges that were actually drafted by me. If you're referring to the investigative report, that is separate.
Well, I'm referring to the one that you put up there, and he said that he prepared it. I'm asking him what the portions in there that had citations to the DC code, if he inserted them or did someone else do it?
I'm sorry, hold on. What document are you asking about, Mr.
That was the very first document, the statement of his charges that he drafted after he went to the Nile restaurant.
No, but there's only two documents, and there's two documents.
That's
The
correct.
documents that hold on. All right. The first document was the case report, and the second document would, I believe, a document dated in April that was addressed to Mr. Amdi.
Correct.
So why don't you refer? It's that we have Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. So from our clear record, sir.
I'm sorry,
just
sir.
refer specifically to the document, so which is, I believe, is Exhibit 2.
Thank you. Then Exhibit 1, Mr. Miller, how quickly after the investigation did you prepare that document?
I do not recall.
Well, when you prepared that document, did you do it yourself or did you have some assistance to prepare it?
Objection calls for invoking for violating privilege because legal advice could have been sought when drafting those charges, or when drafting recommended charges.
All right. No, hold on. He's talking about Exhibit 1, which is a case report.
Yes, Your Honor.
So
yes,
which
sir.
is not the. So the case report is a document that I believe Mr. Miller testified that he drafted. So I'm gonna overrule the objection so he can respond to the case report, not the charging documents. But
correct.
Exhibit 1 is a case report, right? So
yes, correct.
So I'm sustaining. I'm sorry. I'm overruling the objection so he can respond to Exhibit 1, which is a case report.
Understood, Mr. Chairperson.
May you please ask the question again?
Yes. How soon after the investigation at the Nile restaurant did you prepare Exhibit number 1?
That's not the question. I was asking an answer. So let's move. That was not the question, Mr. Okay. You asked that question. He answered. He said he was unsure.
Okay.
And we moved on to, right. I believe, Exhibit 1. I think the question you'd ask him was, did he receive legal advice when the legal? So that's the question that is
Thank you.
that we're talking about now.
I apologize. When you prepared the document that had Exhibit 1 that had in the references to the DC code, did you do it yourself or did you have some assistance in preparing that by identifying the DC code sections?
Objection. Opposing counsel cannot ask about consultation of legal advice. Either the case report is work product on who assisted or consulted.
Mr. Chairman, the document speaks for itself, and he stated he drafted it. I'm just trying to find out if everything in there was a result of his ingenuity and ability, or that he got assistance from someone else. I didn't say who, I just asked if he did.
Mr. Chairperson, the document does not have to speak for itself. However, you've heard enough from the Investigator Miller for the document to be admitted. And further, again, the opposing counsel is requesting information that is a result of work product and consultation of legal advice. And it is also irrelevant.
All right. I'm overruling the objection. If he can answer the question, he can answer the question. If not, let's move on. I'm not quite sure where we're going here, but if he can answer the question, he can. If he can't, let's move on. So, are you able to answer the question?
The report was drafted by me and me alone.
Thank you. Now, with respect to when you were at the business and Mr. Amdi, you said, told you that he was the owner, you called the person as Mr. Mark Bashir, is that the correct name?
Yes, sir.
And you said that he checked the records and found out that he was not the owner. Well, did you ever go back to Mr. Bashir to find out what records he checked to substantiate that?
I did.
And what was the basis of that he said that he was not, Mr. Amdi was not the owner? What record?
The ABC license record.
I see. So you look at the ABC license record to determine if the person owns the property, not whether they own the license. Is that correct?
Excuse me, say that one more time.
Yes, sir. So the ABC record shows that the licensee, which was Esteta, had not been transferred to Mr. Amdi. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any records there that showed that the establishment was transferred by Esteta to Mr. Amdi?
No, sir.
Did you ever, you said that with respect to the letter showing deficiencies, that there was not a buy-sell agreement. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Did Mr. Lutz or anyone else in the ABC board or anybody in the agency tell you that there was a buy-sell agreement?
Objection calls for objection to privilege client because he's requesting communications between me and Mr. Miller.
Well, could I finish it? My question is, did anyone tell you in the agency that there was a buy-sell agreement that was executed on January 26, 2022, transferring ownership of the business to Mr. Amdi? Did anyone ever tell you that?
No, sir.
Well,
An objection, privilege.
Well,
all right. I'm all right. I'm overruling the objection, but I don't understand. I'm unsure why this is even relevant to where we are today. I mean,
because whenever you found out that Mr. Amdi's manager's license has expired on the 16th, at that particular point, your argument is a representation and proceedings was they did not have a manager with a proper license on duty at the time that liquor was being consumed. Is that correct?
Mr. Miller, there's a question.
I didn't know if you said I could answer or not. I couldn't hear that part.
That's a different question. That's a different question that's been asked.
Okay, can you ask the question again, please?
Yes, sir. After you noticed that Mr. Amdi's manager's license had expired on the 16th of September, at that particular point, it was your understanding that there was not a valid manager's license there during the time alcohol was being sold. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be a violation of the licensee. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the licensee would be Esteta Corporation. Is that correct?
Excuse me, I have to. Yes.
Okay. And so the issue then, as you presented it, was there wasn't a manager with a proper license, and the owner of the establishment were not present when alcohol was being consumed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the false statement, at the time the false statement was made, from your investigation, was that statement made by either an agent, servant, an employee, or owner of the licensee Esteta?
Yes.
Who was that person?
Mr. Getuamdi.
Pardon me?
Mr. Getuamdi.
Well, if he had an invalid manager's license, he couldn't be speaking for the licensee, could he?
I cannot speak to that.
Well, then let me just ask you this then. If the license was expired and alcohol is being sold there, that's a violation of the licensee. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that means that there isn't a proper license representative of the licensee on present at the facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so with respect to Mr. Amdi's statement to you, if he's not a proper manager with a proper license, the false statement couldn't be made by the licensee, could it?
A false statement can be made by anyone who makes a false statement.
Well, I agree with that. My question to you, sir, is that if Mr. Amdi's manager's license had expired 14 days before your investigation, his statement could not be the statement of the licensee. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
He hasn't answered it yet.
I'm going to overrule the objection if you can answer the question.
Also hypothetical and calls for speculation.
It's a direct question that he's already answered, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm overruling the objection. If you can answer the question, let's answer the question. If not, move on, because I'm not quite sure where we're going here. But are you able to answer the question, sir?
An employee or any staff member of the establishment who identified himself as an owner or ABC manager or as an owner can be considered making a false statement.
Is that something you knew about before you went in there, or was that something someone told you after the fact?
Which part?
Well, when you said anyone in there can be considered making a false statement.
I say any staff member or a member of the establishment.
Okay, but at this particular time you testified, did you not, that Mr. Amdi's expired license did not make him a member of the licensee? Is that correct?
Then I make him a member? What do you mean by member?
If he didn't have a valid license, the licensee did not have anyone there speaking on his behalf, did it?
Asked and answered. Objection asked and answered. Mr. Chairperson, you've heard how from Investigator Miller that a staff member or someone working there can make a false statement on behalf of the licensee.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection. And maybe I'm not following along. I mean, the charge in this case is no ABC manager on duty provide false or misleading statements. And one of the things that I start off this hearing with Robinson, I'd ask, who is it that you represent? And so as far as I'm concerned, or the agency is concerned, this charge is brought against the licensee of record for Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market. And that's the person that's who this case is against. I remember at the show cause hearing status, I mean, there were objections raised about who is it that you represented? And that's one of the reasons why I'd asked at the beginning of the hearing, who did you represent? Do you represent the current owner of record? Do you represent the individual who's attempting to receive, for this license to be transferred to? And you stated to me that you represent both entities. So I think I'm having some concerns here because I don't understand why and I think you stated that the owner of record has had a death in the family, so that person is not here. So I'm having a difficult time following what's going on because it's.
Mr. Chairperson, I apologize for the interruption, but I can lend some light to the situation.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairperson, on April 5th, via email, I asked Mr. Robinson in regards to this case, if he represents Red McConan in any capacity. And on April 5th, Mr. Robinson stated that he does. He represents both.
I'm aware of that because that was the representation that was made at the status hearing. So I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I think I might be able to clarify. the statement of charges that Mr. Lutz raises with respect to number 2, and I quote, "You made a false or misleading statement during an investigation or inspection." That would have to be made against the licensee, which is Estetta or Mr. McConan, who is not here because of death in the family. The statement that they said was made by Mr. Getu Amdi, who at the time of the investigation and the time of the statement was not a licensed manager for the licensee and therefore could not be speaking for the licensee. Mr. Miller said anyone can make a statement that is false or otherwise on behalf of the licensee, but you would then have to know whether the person was speaking for the licensee within the scope of their employment. Mr. Amadi was not a member of the licensee at that time. He was a person who had bought the business and owned the establishment. And that's the point I was trying to make.
All right, but in following along, the investigator informed the body. He went to the entity. He asked for, because he had to deliver a service form. So he had asked for, let me speak to an ABC manager and owner. That's what the investigator testified to, and that's what the report said, that he went to the entity and he asked for, he spoke to an individual, and and then someone represented to him that I was the owner. At least that's what I heard. That's what I'm following.
That's a correct. That's correct.
He then testified that the records were checked, and the person who identified as the owner was not the owner of record as per the ABRA license. And so the charge is against the establishment. I'm having some difficulty following this line of questioning, but all right. So I think where we are, I'm having some difficulty following this line of cross-examination, and I will say that.
Yeah. Well, can I just proceed then, Your Honor?
You can go ahead, because
okay.
The concern that I have is that we do not have, as far as ABRA's records are concerned, the licensee of record here today.
Yeah. Well,
we have a non-party because Mr. Amdu is not a party to this litigation.
Yeah. He's the party that's being charged with making the false statement. They said he made the false statement. They're saying he made the false statement, not the licensee. That's the point.
But this case has not been brought against Mr. Amdu. This case is brought against the licensee for the establishment.
I understand, but my point is that there has not been an allegation against the licensee that one of its agent, service, and employees made a false statement. Mr. Amdi, as the record will show, was not part of the licensee, but a person seeking a transfer. They have to establish, and they have not established, that Mr. Amdi was working within the scope of his employment as an agent or servant of the licensee at the time the alleged false statement was made.
All right. So this is what I want you to do, Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
Because I need you to refer to the transfer and the transferee. Okay, so Mr. McAdon is the transferor. He's the person who currently has the license, and he's attempting to transfer the license to Mr. Amdi.
Correct.
So can you, to clarify the records, I need you to reference the parties using that terminology. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
So should I continue with cross, or do you want me to answer that?
Go ahead, sir. You can continue with cross, but as I stated before, it's
I understand. I understand your point.
It's not a contract case. This is a case about the investigator went to an establishment and asked what he thought was a simple question, as all investigators, when they go to an establishment to deliver a service form, they ask for the owner or the ABC manager, because by law, these are the two parties that can legally bind and a licensee to any issue, any violation or potential violation, or these are the only people that they can serve documents on behalf of the agency. All right, so as long as we have that clear, let's move on.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, whenever you went to Mr. Mark Bashir, how soon after you prepared your report did you meet with him about the records that he reviewed to determine whether or not Mr. Amdi was the owner of the establishment?
I do not recall.
Well, do you recall that you did meet with him to go over those records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you spoke with him, did he ever bring to your attention that there was a buy-sell agreement that was submitted in Mr. Amdi's transfer application?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, not on cross.
I'm Mr. All right. I'm going to sustain this. I'm going to sustain because
Okay.
and because that is not relevant to. I don't care. I don't want to hear anything about whether or not there was a transfer application in place.
Okay.
That's not relevant to. That's not relevant because whether or not the transfer application is in place, where we are today, there's only one owner of record for this establishment, and that's Mr. Mr. M-A-K-O, Mr. Makonnen, Makonnen. That is, as it's my understanding, as of today, this is the person who owns the record.
Gotcha.
So I'm sorry, who owns the license?
Yes.
So whether or not there is an application in place, that's not relevant.
I agree. Mr. Chippers, let me just get a point of clarification here. It's my understanding that the transferor is the license holder for the Now Kitchen. The owner of the establishment is different than the licensee. Is that your understanding?
Mr. Chairperson, I believe this is an argument that should be best reserved for closing arguments and not cross-examination.
Yes, Mr. Yes. So
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Miller, did anyone ever tell you that Mr. Lutz had a copy of a buy-sell agreement transferring the owner of the establishment from Mr. Makonnen to Mr. Amdi as of January 26, 2022?
Objection, work product, as well as attorney-client privilege. He cannot be required to testify about my work product.
Yeah.
You said Mr. Robbins, you said Mr. Lutz. So I'm going to sustain the objection. You said Mr. Lutz. Mr. Lutz is the attorney. So maybe you misspoke, but you said Mr. Lutz.
Yeah, well, let me just rephrase it. Did anyone ever tell you that there was a buy-sell agreement that was submitted with Mr. Amdi's application, the transferee's request for a transfer of the liquor license, and a buy-sell agreement that was executed on January 26, 2022?
Objection, speculation. Mr. Robinson has not identified no entity, has identified no person, and this is a mere fishing trip.
All right. All right. I'm sustaining the objection because I think we're moving off. We're moving away from the issue here.
Well,
all right, Mr. Robinson.
I'll move on to the next point then.
All right.
The next point is that Mr. Miller, when you went down with Mr. Bashir, did you ask if there were? I would phrase that. Whenever you testified about the letter that the deficiency letter that went there, did you inquire about whether or not there was a buy-sell agreement that was in the records down at ABRA?
No, sir.
Asked and answered.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lutz about the deficiency letter?
Mr. Robinson. Mr. Lutz is the attorney.
Yeah.
You cannot ask the witness about, maybe you're misspeaking.
I know,
but Mr. Lutz is a government attorney, and as an attorney, you know that you cannot ask. And Mr. All right, so
okay, all right.
The objection. All right,
Mr. Miller, did anyone ever tell you, whether it be anyone in the agency other than Mr. Lutz, that Mr. Lutz had a buy-sell agreement that was sent to him in March?
Mr.
Speculative asked and answered.
Hold on a minute. Maybe I'm confused, but I thought Mr. Lutz is the government's attorney who's prosecuting this case.
I'm not asking him to produce anything. I'm just asking if anyone told him, other than Mr. Lutz, that Mr. Lutz had a buy-sell agreement that was.
Mr. Lutz, you keep on asking about Mr. Lutz having a buy. Wasn't that there is a buy-sell? All right, let me say this to you, Mr. Robinson. It's not probative for me about wasn't that there's a buy-sale agreement. I don't care about that. I don't want to hear about anything. That is not helping me to make this as one board member. That's not helping me to make a decision. Until this agency issues a license in the name of the transferee, that person has no license. That person is not a party to this matter, at least in this case at hand. So I don't understand why you keep on asking about whether or not there was some buy-sale agreement, because at least since I'm in this position, I've had several presentations by individuals who have sold their business, they've sold the business, they've sold the license, but they are not the owner until this agency has issued them a license in their name.
Yes. I'm not arguing that, Mr. Chairperson, and I apologize if my presentation arguments are inartful. However, I'm trying to make a distinction between a person who owns a business but does not own the license to conduct the sale of alcohol or anything else by that business. The statute that we're working under here that was cited states that you must have one or two things on a facility at the time alcohol is being sold. One, a manager with a valid license. We don't have that here. Or the statute says the owner of the establishment, not the license. My distinction is Mr. Amdi, based on a buy-sell agreement, was the owner of the establishment. His manager's license was expired, so he couldn't be the licensee. So you had to go to what the statute says is the second alternative, which is the owner of the establishment. When he said he was the owner of the establishment, he qualified for that. And then in response to the false accusations, the point that I'm trying to make is that it wasn't a false accusation because it was made by Mr. Amdi and not the entity. So that's the point. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm going to object to those statements because one, because it's testimonial. Two, it's outside of the scope of direct. Three, it's better reserved for closing arguments. And four, there's DC law that's contrary to what Mr. Robinson has stated, and I will present that during my closing argument.
That's fine. Thank you, sir. Are there any questions by any board members? of the witness.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
and let me make sure I'm getting this correct. The witness is the investigator.
The witness, there's only one witness here, sir, and that's the investigator, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Good
Good
afternoon.
I think it's still, I was gonna say, I think it's still morning, but no, you're right. Good afternoon. In your training, when you are assigned to work a certain shift and you go into an establishment, who are you required to determine is the appropriate person to be to meet with if they're concerns of the investigator?
Either the owner of the license or a ABC manager.
Are you trained that you're supposed to request other documents regarding other types of people who may or may not be in there? Or are you limited to speak with either a licensed manager whose manager's license hasn't expired, or the owner of the license as recorded at ABRA, or I'm sorry, on the under the new name, Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Administration?
I'm authorized to converse with either the owner of the license or a ABC manager.
Are you required to go behind whatever you're told by whoever makes such representation?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? All right. Hearing none, Mr. Robinson, do you have any follow-up based on the question that was asked by Mr. Grandis?
No, I do not.
Mr. Lutz, any recross, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the district requests a brief redirect.
Go ahead, sir.
Investigator Miller, does the licensee own the license of the to serve and sell alcoholic beverages?
You ask that question again.
Does the licensee own the is only the let me rephrase that. Does the licensee actually, I'll come back to that. In your you testified that you entered the establishment and you spoke to Mr. Omdi.
Correct.
Did Mr. Omdi hold himself out as the owner of the establishment?
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
It's an admission of the part of the opposing party because Mr. Omdi is acting as an agent of Mr. McConan.
Objection. This is not a party opponent. There's only the licensee, not Mr. Omdi.
I am overruling the objection. Let the witness answer the question if he can.
Let me repeat that. Was Mr. Omdi holding himself out as the owner of the establishment?
Correct.
And was Mr. Omdi did Mr. Omdi change his answer after you spoke with Mr. Bashir?
The objection asked and answered in direct.
All right, I'm going to sustain. Where? Let's move on, Mr. Yes, that's correct. That you did ask that question and he answered on the direct.
Okay. I do have a question. May agents of a licensee bind the licensee by statements that they make?
Objection. That would be beyond the scope of cross. I didn't ask that question.
That was very much touched on within cross because a lot of the what Mr. Robinson's own statements regarded whether Mr. Omdi could bind the licensee.
I'm overruling the objection. Let the witness answer the question if he can.
Please repeat the question.
Can the statements of an agent of the licensee bind the licensee?
Yes, sir.
No further questions here, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Does the government rest? I'm sorry, does the government have another witness?
The government does not have another witness. The government rests its case in chief.
All right, thank you. Mr. Robinson, do you have an opening statement?
No, I waived my opening. I would like to go to request a directed verdict or verdict based on the evidence submitted.
Mr. Chairperson, the district opposes the directed verdict because the district has presented substantial, if not conclusive, evidence to support the two charges that are listed.
I haven't made a presentation, so how can he make that statement until I've heard my arguments?
The board will take your motion under consideration, sir. So we will take your motion under consideration, and we'll take your motion under consideration at this. So we're not going to make a ruling at this juncture, but we'll take it under consideration. Do you plan to present a case, sir?
No, we do not.
All right, fine.
I'd like to therefore make my argument because the government has rested, and that motion would have to be made before closing.
All right. Well, the government has read. You've made your motion. So therefore, do you rest?
I do.
All right. So the government would have an opportunity to make a closing statement, and so therefore, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, what I would like to do is, I think I'd wait. If I don't make this motion now, it's waived, and I can't.
And you made your motion, sir, and I told you.
But I haven't made the arguments that support the argument for my motion. That's what I'm saying.
All right, so there's Mr. Robinson. You asked for a directed verdict. You didn't. So if you want to make arguments to support why you wanted the directed verdict, then you can make those arguments.
That's what I want to do.
That's so fine. So you can make the arguments you can make your arguments to why you believe that the board should issue a directed verdict in your favor.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Chairperson and board members, the District of Columbia Alcohol and Beverage Control Board, through its attorneys, have made two charges. One is that, quote, the licensee, quote, failed to have the establishment's owner or business approved ABC manager present during the hours of selling, service, and consumption of alcohol, end of quote. With respect to the charges there, Mr. Grandis made the request about whether or not the investigator need to go behind and determine anything else. But the regulation that was quoted, and that is, I'm sorry, the DC Code section, Chapter 7, Standards of Operation, Subchapter 1, Title 25701, Board Approved Manager Required. And it reads as follows. Except as provided in paragraph 2 of the subsection of an establishment's owner or board approved manager shall be present on the premises at all times during the establishment's hours and sale, service, and consumption of alcohol, end of quote. It's a two-pronged test to show that there was not a licensed manager that was present. We know that his license had expired. But what we don't have is, and what Mr. Lutz just stated is that Mr. Amdi was acting as the owner of the establishment. With that argument, that is indeed a concession that the section that I've just quoted stated that even though his license had expired as the owner of the property, the establishment, that they could not be in violation of the first charge that is being charged. Title 2. With respect to Title 2, it states, quote, you made a false or misleading statement during a regulatory inspection or investigation in violation of Title 823 prompt notice of investigation, end of quote. That section reads, the board may fine as set forth in the schedule of civil penalties established under Title 25A30 and suspend or revoke the license of any licensee during the licensing period if the licensee violates any of the provisions of this title, the regulations promulgated under this title, or any other law of the District of Columbia, end of quote. There isn't in Title II, Charge 2, any allegation that the licensee or any of its agents, service, and or employees made a false statement. As a matter of fact, Mr. Lutz just stated that from Mr. Miller, that Mr. Amdi was acting as the owner of the establishment. I therefore move.
Objection, mischaracterization. I asked if he was, if he held himself out as an owner.
Hold on, Mr. Lewis. Mr.
I therefore move.
Robertson is making arguments for why he believes that the board should issue a directed verdict in his favor. So I will let him make his arguments, and then you'll have an opportunity to respond to his arguments why the board should issue a directed verdict in his favor, sir.
Understood, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you. I therefore move that it should be a directed verdict because, based upon the evidence presented, there is not a basis for finding that there has been a violation of Charge 1 because the owner of the establishment was present, and 2, with respect to that charge, there is not any evidence that any member of the licensee or anyone acting within the scope of their employment of the licensee made a false statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lutz, do you wish to respond to Mr. Rock? This is not closing. You're just responding to his arguments for why the board should issue a directed verdict.
Of course, Mr. Chairperson. The first, under DC Code Section 25405, an application for transfer must be submitted to the board, and that application for transfer must be approved before the license is actually transferred to the new owner. The counsel for the licensee has admitted that there was no ABC manager present, and that the only person present that held himself out as an ABC manager or owner was Mr. Getu Amdi. Mr. Amdi is not the owner. He applied for a license, and it was not. However, it was returned as deficient, as shown by and testified to by Investigator Miller. Moreover, 701 requires DC Code 25701 requires that an ABC manager or owner be present at all times. Here, you've heard testimony from Investigator Miller that no ABC manager was present and no owner was present because because Retta McConan was not present. Moreover, 823 provides that a fine may be that a violation occurs when a licensee or their agent makes a misrepresentation to the ABRA or MPD in the course of their investigation to mislead them. Here, you've heard from Investigator Miller that Mr. Amdi had said he was the owner despite not being the owner, and changed his answer to when he was found out that he was not the owner. At this point, the district has proven its case, and counsel for the licensee has failed to prove that the district has not made its case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. The board will take the motion under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do you have a case that you want to present, Mr. Robinson?
No, no, I do not.
And so do you rest?
I do.
All right. Mr. Lutz, do you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The district's prepared to make a closing statement, and the district will reserve a brief rebuttal.
Thank you.
May I begin?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, members of the board, When one finds themselves in a hole, one ought not to keep digging. And is that for that very reason the district requests you to find in its favor today. The district has proven by a preponderance of the evidence the licensee at said corporation as owned by Red McConan found itself in a hole because the licensee failed to have an ABC manager present during the hours of sale and consumption of alcohol. But rather than face the truth, the manager on duty misrepresented that he was the owner to avoid getting in trouble, digging the hole further. Under DC Code Section 25701, a licensee must have the owner or ABCA approved ABC manager on duty at all times during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol. Here, you have heard uncontroverted evidence that Investigator Miller arrived at Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market to serve, and when he entered the establishment, was greeted by the manager on duty, Mr. Getu Amdi, who was neither an owner nor held an ABC manager's license, a fact that the opposing counsel has admitted to. Next, you have heard and seen how Investigator Miller observed patrons consuming alcohol during his visit and that no other ABC manager or owner was present during his visit. Next, under DC Code 25823 A5C, DC law prohibits licensees from providing false or misleading information to ABRA investigators. And today you have heard from Investigator Miller how Mr. Amdi, who already found himself in a hole, dug deeper. That night, Mr. Amdi held himself out as the owner and then the manager of Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and knew he did not have a valid ABC manager's license. So when Investigator Miller arrived, asking for the ABC manager or owner, Mr. Amdi said he was the owner because he knew that the owner does not have to have an ABC manager's license and could avoid further fines if Investigator Miller believed him. However, Investigator Miller saw through the ruse and confirmed that Red McConan, not Mr. Amdi, was the owner of the Etsedi Corporation and that the true licensee, and that Red McConan was the true licensee. Now, stuck in a hole of his own making, Mr. Amdi changed his answer, saying that he was not the owner and that he was an ABC manager. And while opposing counsel argues that Mr. Amdi was simply confused, strike that. And while opposing counsel would argue that Mr. Amdi is the true licensee and was the owner of the establishment, the facts and district law say otherwise. DC Code 25405 requires that an application to transfer the license be submitted to the board. It further requires that an application to transfer a license to a new owner shall be filed by a transferee and approved by the board before the consummation of the transfer. And here, Mr. Amdi apparently knew the law to the extent and filed for an application for transfer. However, the application was not approved by the board and a deficiency notice was returned to him months prior to the violation. And after receiving the notice of that his application was not accepted, and he took no further corrective actions. Next, opposing counsel argued that Red McConan should not be punished for the actions of Mr. Amdi. However, DC Code 25823 authorizes the board to fine the licensee, not the ABC manager. Next, as you have heard from Investigator Miller, that the transfer of license never occurred because it would violate district law. And the same deficiency letter that Mr. Amdi was received was sent to 7815 Georgia Avenue Northwest, the address of Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market. Here, Red McConan knew or should have known that the sale and transfer had not completed and that Mr. Amdi was not the owner and held himself out as an agent of Red McConan. Mr. Amdi's own actions confirm this because Mr. Amdi still carried an ABC manager's license on his person. Thus, the government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the licensee failed to have an owner or ABC manager during the hours of sale, consumption of alcohol, and that the manager of the licensee and the manager of the licensee, Red McConan, made a misrepresentation. Let me clarify that the manager, Getu Amdi, of the licensee, Red McConan, made a misrepresentation in order to mislead Investigator Miller. The government requests that the board find in the district's favor and recommends that the board apply the appropriate penalty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. Let me just try to be very short about this. This is not a case involving whether or not the transfer of the liquor license from the transferor to the transferee took place. It's never been the question here. The question here is whether or not an ABRA licensee who does not have the appropriate manager's license present does have the person who is the owner of the establishment present within the confines of the statute that says that person be to be present, and therefore there cannot be a violation of selling alcohol, although the manager's license has expired. Charge 2 is an allegation that an individual who is not an agent, servant, or employee of the licensee is alleged to have made a misstatement. Is that misstatement then contributed to or attributed to the licensee? Consider, if you will, a raid in a restaurant. Has nothing to do with the alcohol, and the individuals in there make statements. Can ABRA then bring an action against the individual who made statements who are not a member of the licensee and attribute them to the licensee? I do not believe that's where this should go. Mr. Lutz has known since February and March of this year that there is a buy-sell agreement that was submitted to ABRA. And it was dated January 26, 2022. I've asked him that he should reconsider the charges because the establishment was not the owner of the liquor license, but owner of the business. They have not presented any evidence other than hearsay evidence that Mr. Amdi's buy-sell agreement, along with Mr. McConan, was not known by the District of Columbia to exist after they filed the charges. The buy-sell agreement existed prior to the charges. And when brought to their attention that the buy-sell agreement was in effect prior to the time of the charges, the district failed to do anything to amend its charges, knowing that their charges were deficient. I'd ask the board to consider this not based upon a failed transfer of an alcohol license, but what the statute requires. And I've quoted that. Statute says during the hours when alcohol is to be consumed, there must be two things. One, a manager present with a valid license, which there was not. We're not arguing that. But what we do say is that there was a person who was there who owned it based upon records that had been submitted twice to the District of Columbia, indicating that the establishment was owned by Mr. Amdi, but the license was not. With respect to the second and final point, and excuse me for being repetitive, but the false statement that is being alleged to have been made has not been made by making a argument that the argument of Mr. Amdi is attributable to the licensee, even though I'm arguing there wasn't a false statement. But you can't attribute, from what I see, a statement made by a non-licensee employee to state that the licensee made an improper statement. I'm going to ask that you find that the charges of 1 and 2, that the evidence has not been proven to substantiate it, and dismiss them.
All right, you done, sir? All right. So Mr. Lucis said that he wanted a brief.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Under district law, the transfer of both an establishment and a license cannot occur until it receives approval from the board. Here, no approval has been received by the board, and therefore the license is still retained by Retta McConan. Additionally, even the fact that Mr. Omdi's license, temporary ABC license, was expired does not vitiate his status as an agent of Retta McConan. Moreover, additionally, by opposing counsel's logic, that if someone doesn't have a valid ABC manager's license, and that if someone and if there's some is that if any statement that they make cannot be attributed to the licensee, it's directly contradictory to district law. And more importantly, Mr. Omdi knew he was not the licensee. And again, the fact the opposing party has conceded that Mr. Omdi did not have a valid license. Therefore, Mr. Omdi made a statement that he knew would mislead Investigator Miller, and that no ABC manager or licensee or owner of the license was present during Investigator Miller's visit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the record is not closed. Do the parties wish to make proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive your right to do so?
The district will waive.
Would you, Mr. Chairperson, would you indulge me for about 1 minute, please?
Sure, sir.
What that means is that.
Mr. Robinson, you need to mute your phone,
Oh.
sir.
Thank you. We'll submit some findings and facts and conclusions.
All right, so you should receive the transcript in 3 weeks, and you have 30 days after receipt of the transcript to provide the response, and then the agency will issue the decision within 90 days. If you change your mind to submit the conclusion of law and findings of fact, then please advise the agency as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 CMP 00082, Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 22 CMP 00082, Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, I know that we're running late, but before breaking for lunch, let's do the fact finding hearing. It's case number 23-251 00009 Aqua Restaurant, license number 60477. And Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I think there's a sergeant from MPD and also the investigator for this case, please.
Empress, your access has been elevated. John Kim, Your access has been elevated. Officer Jose Hernandez, your access. And Investigator Jones, your access. Presidential.
Can I have everyone turn their camera on, please? All right. Okay, let's start with the investigator. Mr. Jones, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you and all board members. My name is Investigator Earl Jones.
All right, Mr. Empress, can you spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir.
Emmanuel Empress, spelled E-M-A-N-U-E-L. Last name is M-E-R-A-S. Counsel for Auto Restaurant.
All right, thank you. Is your client here today, sir?
Yes, they are.
And who's the client, sir? Can you just...
It's Wei Zhu and Jung Kim.
Okay, so let's have them spell and state their name for the record. We'll start with Mr. Kim.
Yes, hi, this is Jung Kim, Jong-Kim.
What's your relationship, sir?
I'm the owner.
And the other individual, please identify.
My first name is Wei, Mr. Chairman. Last name is Zhou, Z-H-O-U. I'm one of the owners with John. We're both partners.
I'm sorry. How do you spell your first name, sir?
W-E-I, because it's pronounced Wei.
Thank you. We have a court reporter who's taken so you can have a transcript. That's why I always ask everyone.
I understand.
Officer Hernandez, can you please identify yourself for the record and also spell and state your name, please?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Officer Jose Hernandez, and I represent the 5th District. I am the RDO coordinator for the 5th District.
And so, Officer Hernandez, can you please spell your first and last name, please, sir?
Yes. First name is Jose, J-O-S-E. Last name is Hernandez, H-E-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing that was requested by the Chief of Police, and it involved the ABRA Lounge. The request was made on February 21st, 2023. The ABRA Lounge located at 1818 New York Avenue, related to various incidents. MPD was concerned because of an incident that occurred on February 20th, 2023, where a patron was stabbed multiple times and had to be transported to a hospital. The patron was hit with a glass bottle on another date when the patron tried to break up a fight. And so therefore, MPD had asked ABRA to investigate, have a fact-finding hearing so we can ascertain what the next steps are. So, Mr. Empress, the fact-finding hearing is just what it is. It's a fact-finding hearing. The board has not made any determinations whether or not about what occurred here. So what we're trying to do is just to gather some facts. At the end of this hearing, the board will either say that no further action is necessary, or we can refer this matter over to the Office of the Attorney General for them to see if whether or not any statute or regulation was violated. At a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific action. However, if the party can volunteer to take certain actions, which is binding on the licensee. However, the board in a fact-finding hearing, however, cannot order the parties to take any specific action. And secondly, none of the parties are not sworn, so I will not be swearing in any witnesses. We're just trying to gather some information. So what we will do, I will have Mr. Jones just provide us his involvement, and I will ask Officer Hernandez to supplement why is it that the Chief of Police had requested this fact-finding hearing, then you will have an opportunity to ask questions. The board will ask questions of the investigator, also the officer, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator and the officer. And if you want to state what your client's position is, if they want to testify, they can. But that's how we will move forward today. Any questions by anyone before we start? No? All right, Mr. Jones, can you just tell us how is it you became involved in this case, and just tell us what occurred, sir, and the dates.
On February 22nd, 2023, we received a notification from NPD that there was a situation that took place, an incident that took place at Aqua Restaurant at 1818 New York Avenue Northeast that involved a male patron. At that time was stated that a male patron was stabbed at the location. I was assigned a case and I responded to the location, which I spoke to Mr. Zhao, who is one of the partners for the establishment, along with Mr. Kim. They did allow me to visit the establishment on the same night. I spoke with both of them, and they both gave me a rendition of what took place on the night of the incident. That night, they indicated that Mr. Kim was present during the incident, and about 1:35 a.m., there was a male patron who was inside the establishment by the bathroom area, and he was trying to break up an altercation that had just taken place, and in commission of that, he was then I guess it turned on him, and he became a victim in this situation where he was beaten. Security quickly intervened, diffused the situation, escorted the assailant out of the establishment and off the premises, and then they brought the victim out to the front deck area to speak with him, to see if they tried to render medical attention, in which he refused. He just indicated that he wanted to leave the premises. Shortly thereafter, he left security and he paced the parking lot several times. And during this time, there were other individuals that came out of the club that were acquaintances of his. Somehow or another, and this was close to the front gate entrance on New York Avenue, or close to New York Avenue. At that time, when his acquaintances met up with him, there was a second altercation that took place between the victim and the acquaintances. Security then went down and diffused that situation and escorted all patrons off of the property and outside of the main gate. At that time, approximately 5 to 10 minutes later, the owners indicated that they were notified by security at the gate that a third altercation had taken place on New York Avenue, but unaware of what was going on. And then they heard that medics had arrived. And then at that point, they didn't know what had taken place until NPD arrived. NPD detectives arrived the following morning, which they were told that there was a stabbing that had taken place on New York Avenue, and they requested surveillance footage.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
Yes, after that, I did speak with, and I see that there's a Sergeant Hernandez on with us, which I did not interview him. He wasn't on the PD 251, but I did speak with two other, or at least what I saw on the 251. But I did speak with two other officers who responded to the incident that night. One indicated Officer Mejia, who responded, indicated that he he responded to the location at approximately 2:10 a.m. For a fight in progress. He stated that he came in contact with the victim that was inside, who stated that he was inside and he was trying to break up a fight, and that he was beaten up inside. He was escorted outside by security members, and that he refused medical attention. Also, Mejia indicated that as a precaution, he did request for medical attention, and he was transferred to the hospital for treatment for non-life-threatening lacerations to his face. I also spoke with an officer, Kareem Oshin, who stated that he also responded to the location twice that night. The first was for a fight in progress in the middle of New York Avenue in front of the establishment. He indicated that there were multiple male individuals in the middle of New York Avenue that were fighting. They had several units that had to respond. And they did get the confrontation or the altercation under control. And once they did get it under control, there was a victim, a second victim that was stabbed multiple times about the back, arm, and leg. Approximately 5 stab wounds. He did, however, he refused medical attention, but from what was advised to me, he was transported to the hospital by friends of his. And then he said on the second, on his second call, he did respond again, and he came in contact with the victim that Officer Mejia was dealing with. And basically that victim said the same thing, that he was trying to break up a fight inside. And that during that fight, he was beaten up, he was escorted outside by security. He refused medical attention by security. And then he did observe that that victim was also transported to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries of lacerations to his face. I asked him, did it appear that he had been cut or stabbed or anything? And he said, he advised that it didn't look like that. He said it looked like it was just, his injuries looked like he was beaten up.
All right. Sergeant Hernandez, this is the chief of police had requested us from a fact-finding hearing. Can you tell us what went into some of the reasons why the chief of police had requested a fact-finding hearing, and what is it that he expected from the board?
Yes, actually, it's Officer Hernandez, not Sergeant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave you
Sorry about that.
my notes said sergeant, so I gave you a promotion. Thank you.
I got you. So yeah, the chief of police asks for the fact findings whenever you have a serious incidents that occurred at the ABC establishments. And in this case, because an individual got struck with a bottle inside, according to one of the statements from one of the victims, and then the incident that ensued outside of the establishment where a victim was stabbed is one of the biggest reasons why the chief of police requests for a fact-finding case to see what the establishment does, what's their security protocols, what steps they have taken, regarding that incident and after, to see how in the future things could possibly change to where the patrons that come to the establishment don't have to deal with something to this magnitude again. So that's the reason for the fact-finding letter from the chief of police.
Now, let me ask you a question. Is this a place that is of note to the police? You said that you are in charge of RDO, I think, in the 5th District. So is this a place that these types of incidents, as far as the police is concerned, frequently occurs?
There's been incidents in the past, but not on a regular basis or anything like that. You know, you have your normal altercations that may occur and stuff like that, but nothing. This is probably one of the most serious ones in a very long time. But yeah, for the most part, Mr. Way, you know, he provides. He actually has MPD resources on Fridays and Saturdays. And it's just, you know, where situations like this occur, you know, I can't really say it's out of their control. That night, they did not have MPD resources, but you know, I guess one of the reasons why is maybe the type of event and how small it was. I don't know. I really can't say. But for the most part, you know, they do employ MPD RDO details, and there's the occasional altercation that might happen. People might get arrested for it, whatever the case may be. But it's not a ton of situations that happen there that we're like constantly concerned. But like I said, the chief of police asked for this fact-finding case based on the fact that somebody was stated that they got struck with a bottle inside. You know, somebody got jumped inside the club. Then the altercation that took place afterwards, and even outside on the street. You know, I believe that had MPD have been there that night, maybe that wouldn't have occurred in that sense, because they would have seen the officers there, and then everybody would have just either left the area, or we would have intervened before it even escalated to that point.
Now, you stated that. Now, so if do they have RDO?
Yes. So on Fridays and Saturdays, Mr. Way does request RDOs. Sometimes they get filled, sometimes they don't. But for the most part, I try I try my best to have RDOs available for him every night that they're open on those Fridays and Saturdays. Absolutely. So, and we keep in constant communication about whether he has RDOs or not. If I let him know that his RDO detail was not available, I try to let him know ahead of time, because he likes to be prepared and actually get more security at the location. This is a conversation that we've had in the past. So,
All right, thank you. All right. Any questions by any board members of either the investigator or our Officer Hernandez? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. Officer Hernandez, thank you for your service. How many years have you been with MPD?
I've been with MPD for 11 years. November will be 12.
Okay. So you do nightlife in 5 days? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. I've been doing nightlife with MPD for approximately 10 years. After my training and things of that nature, I started doing a lot of the nightlife RDO details. And in the last 5 years, I'm the RDO coordinator for the 5th District.
Okay. Well, with your knowledge and your time in service, I'd just like to ask this question. Maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. What time did this incident occur at this club? The first incident.
The first incident, it happened, it was sometime a little bit after 1 a.m. in the morning.
What time did it close?
I believe Sunday night they were supposed to be closing at 2.
And the incident happened at what time?
Around 1:30 in the morning. Around
so close to closing.
Yeah.
Okay. Normally when a club or a venue like this has a ruckus inside or fight or altercation, have you found in your 10 years of policing that normally when they cut the music off or cut the music down and let patrons out slowly with security monitoring closely, then that normally you don't have someone stabbed at the front gate? Would that be yes or no? Would that be what normally would happen 10 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, when you have an altercation and you turn the lights on and, you know, basically everybody knows at that point that party's over, you know, it's it's hard to say, but absolutely most of the time most people just leave out on their own, and you do want to separate parties that have just been involved in an altercation, so that way you let one of them go first. Hopefully, you know, they proceed out to their cars or whatnot, and then you wait for this, you know, you give the other one some time so that they can go off
Okay.
at a different time.
On the night of this particular incident, how many security persons did they have inside? Do you know?
I do not know.
So did they cut the music off or cut the music down or cut the lights up after the first person was struck inside?
I'm not sure because no MPD RDO detail was there that night. So we only responded to after the fact.
Okay, but it is your professional opinion if when someone is assaulted inside, if the music is especially close to closing time, if the music is cut down and the lights are cut up, normally the security have a better time getting people out of the club and away from off of the streets in front of the club. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
All right, this question is for our investigator. Thank you very much, Officer Hernandez. This is for Investigator Jones.
Yes, sir.
Are there any incidences of violence associated with this establishment on their history that you know of?
Not within the last 3 years, sir. Not that I can recall. I know that personally, I haven't responded to this location in a while. I know the last one I had was either before COVID or during COVID, but no, not anything that's been recent. No.
Can you remember what that was, the last one prior to this?
The last one I had, I believe it was dealing with an individual who was kind of the same situation. It was someone that was beat up inside, but it didn't go to this level at all.
Do you know how many security persons were available inside of the club that night or inside of this establishment?
They had six in-house, sir.
What is the number of their occupancy?
That I can't tell you, sir. I don't know right now.
It's not on their license?
I'm sure it is, but I don't know the number of individuals that they're supposed to have in there, sir.
Did you observe any film or any video of the incident inside the club?
Yes, sir. While I was there, both owners allowed me to review video footage and take notes while I was there. I also took still shots, and I did observe a male patron by the bathroom area who appeared to be in a space where he was in the middle of about 3 or 4 other male individuals. Within seconds, they had hit him and he fell to the ground. And then security quickly intervened and they basically escorted the person who hit him out of the establishment. They allowed to leave, let him leave first, and then they brought the victim out second and brought him onto the front deck area.
Would you have considered the first area where that person was assaulted a crime scene or something maybe the police would be interested if they had to investigate it?
I will say if police felt that they needed to investigate that, if it was something where, again, I understand that what Chief Conte is alleging as far as someone there was a cutting instrument being used or there was a glass being used, then I would say yes.
Was the victim who you observed in the first incident inside, was that person bleeding?
Upon watching him come outside, it appeared that his face was red. It did appear that there was bleeding. And from what the security head of security indicated, that there was a laceration and he was bleeding.
Was there any first aid rendered by security?
Again, they asked about it. They asked if the victim wanted medical attention on multiple occasions, and he indicated that he did not want that. He refused. He just wanted to leave the premises. And at that point, the victim walked off and paced the parking lot several times, I guess in an effort to cool off.
How much time passed between the incident happening on the interior? How much time passed, or how much time was in between the person being assaulted inside that you observed on the video versus the person being stabbed outside?
So I will say this, sir. The individual who was stabbed outside on New York Avenue, I could not, there's no cameras on New York Avenue as far as the establishment is concerned. There's a very long distance between the front door and New York Avenue in that parking lot area. But from what I know and what I observed, it was just a matter of minutes between, it was a matter of maybe 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes between the victim being brought out to the deck area, them attending to him walking through the parking lot and pacing the parking lot, and then the second altercation taking place with acquaintances of his.
While the person was who you say you observed was bleeding and pacing on the parking lot, did anyone call the fire service or emergency medical services?
So from what I was told through Mrs. Zhao, Mr. Kim, and head of security, Ms. Purdy, that when the second altercation took place just inside the gate lines on New York Avenue, that's when Ms. Purdy contacted NPD to respond.
What about, I'm speaking of the emergency medical services, the fire department or EMS?
No, sir.
They were never contacted?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the person had been assaulted on the inside. He was bleeding. No one called, as far as you know, no one called emergency medical services, correct?
That's what I understand, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, how much time passed between that and the person being stabbed outside?
From what I was told, approximately 5 to 10 minutes. So they were escorted outside of the gates of the premises, and 5 to 10 minutes later was when the altercation took place on New York Avenue.
Did anyone ever tell you during this incident, especially on that evening, that the emergency medical services providers were called to assist either one of the victims?
Yes, sir.
What time was the fire emergency called?
I would say probably around 2 o'clock.
Was the club still functioning? Had they shut the music off and cut the lights up?
They were closed, sir.
They were closed.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you think security could have done differently to have handled that night?
So from the initial altercation inside to getting the victim outside, I think that they did everything that they were supposed to do. As far as you're indicating, that the victim was bleeding, I think that probably as a precaution, they could have called for medical assistance to have, regardless if he refused or not, maybe they could have called due to him bleeding anyway. But they did take care of the situation as far as diffusing it, as far as separating the parties, as far as getting the suspect off or the assailant off of the property, and trying to render help to the victim at that point in time. The second altercation took place just prior inside the gate lines, where security also intervened again, and then escorted everyone outside of the gate lines of the premises. So outside of just taking an extra precaution due to this victim's lacerations, outside of that, I don't think there's anything else that they could have done. Now, I will add that the owners did advise that they do have MPD detail on every Friday and Saturday night. But they did state that due to this situation taking place going forward, they will have MPD detail every night that they're open.
They voluntarily agreed to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea whether or not they're changing their policy on when they call for emergency medical services? As you know, and I probably know, and most people would know, you can't tell by talking to someone who's bleeding because they don't sometimes have all of their senses. So do you think by them implementing a policy whereby security calls for EMS when someone is bleeding inside of their club, they shouldn't make that decision without getting professional help or advice? And that's always easier if you call fire and EMS. If you agree with that, is that yes or no?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members of either witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Investigator Jones, thank you for your report. Did your report mention whether or not this establishment has a security agreement?
Yes, they do, sir.
Did you have a chance, or have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes, sir.
And in their security report, does it mention anything if there's an altercation that they have a responsibility to call for emergency services, either an ambulance or some facility to come if there's an altercation inside?
Well, it's from what I understand from that, it's due to I guess it's depending on the situation, depending on the severity, it's deemed on whether then they call or not. And also, it also depends on asking the victim if they want medical attention or not.
And so you're saying that someone who is observed to have 5 stab wounds and this stabbing was inside the establishment, that would not through its security agreement require them to call for medical services?
I'm sorry, sir, that didn't happen inside. That happened on New York Avenue.
Well, I'm looking at the report. I'm looking at the report. I think it's your report. It says on February 20th, 2023, a victim was stabbed multiple times inside Aqua Club and Lounge. And then the chief's letter said on February 20th, 2023, a victim was stabbed multiple times inside Aqua Club and Lounge. So I'm assuming you got your information from their letter or their reports of that evening. So you were under the impression today that this stabbing did not occur inside the establishment?
So I don't recall.
I find this troubling, actually.
I indicated that there was a victim that was beaten inside, but I also stated that there was a victim that was stabbed multiple times while outside of the establishment.
Well, I'm looking at your report. Isn't this
Okay.
your report, sir? Let me go back to the top.
Are you talking about in the summary portion?
I'm sorry. This is the investigator who did the case report. It's Earl Jones.
Yes, sir.
Am I looking at the right report?
Yes, sir.
I mean, okay. And so if you scroll down, and I'm sorry, mine takes a while to appear on the screen. I think if you scroll down to what, the second or third page, It says the MPD PD 251 Exhibit 2 states the following: on the listed date, time, and location, MPD were called for service for an aggravated assault. And then if you go down, Exhibit 3 says someone walked into the United Medical Center, and because of the wounds, they took him to GW. But then below that, it says the MPD fact-finding request letter states, on February 20th, 2023, a victim was stabbed multiple times inside Aqua Club and Lounge. So am I confusing incidents? I'm just reading the report, sir.
Right, but those aren't my words, sir. This is the fact-finding letter that you're reading from MPD.
No, well, I think it's your report that is citing, because I'm looking at your report right now. I'm not looking at the letter. So this is in your report. So you disagree that the victim was not stabbed inside?
Correct.
And where do you get that information based on? You went out there for the stabbing, were you?
All of this took place on the same night. I indicated that the initial altercation was with the victim who was beaten up inside. There was a second altercation that took place of a stabbing on New York Avenue. And so what you're looking at is what I do have it in my report, but I have it in my report as these are quoted words from MPD and from the letter from Chief Conti. So there were two.
I should be asking Officer Hernandez about.
Yes, sir.
In their letter that you then put into your report.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what is the basis that you came to the conclusion that the victim who was stabbed was outside? Where did you get that information?
I got that from MPD officers.
Mr. Gratis, I think Officer Hernandez, he raised his hand. I think he wanted to bring some clarification to that issue also too, sir. Okay.
Yes. So I think it might have been a typo from the chief of police saying inside, but what actually happened was the altercation that took place inside, the individuals were escorted out. There was a second altercation that took place inside of the parking area, which is right outside of the lounge. And then the stabbing happened on New York Avenue in front of the location. And so instead of saying inside the location, it should have said in front of the location. Maybe there was some type of mix up.
Yeah, but okay. Thank you for the clarification. So let's go with that. So MPD takes the position that the stabbing occurred in front of the establishment. So is that for us to understand that incident's related to the establishment, or is it a different set of people that were not in the establishment? So, because the reason I'm sort of dwelling down on this is because we as a board have a responsibility of handling situations that are related to the establishment. And I just want to make sure that I'm not getting a conclusion that I should not be getting. My impression from what I'm reading is that even though they're separate altercations, they both were related to people who had been in the establishment. And if that's not correct, I like to be advised.
That is correct. The individual that was inside that was involved in the altercation was brought out after the other individuals were sent on their way. He got into it with some acquaintances that he knew inside of the parking lot, and it spilled onto New York Avenue after everybody was pushed out and told to go home by security. Security is mandated only up to the parking lot, right? Once it gets past that point, they did what they were supposed to do, which was contact MPD. Okay. Was it the same individuals that were involved? Absolutely. Yes, they were. Some of them were. I don't know where the other ones came from. I couldn't say. Could it have been patrons that were inside and that had waited for the other individuals to come out? It's very well possible. But some of the patrons that were involved in the altercation on the street did come from inside of the location.
Okay. Are you familiar with their security plan?
Yes.
Are you aware on how they handle in their security plan and at their front door, how they screen people who are coming in? Do they do pat down? Do they have any type of wand? Do they have any? So from your knowledge, because you know this area, how do they handle people coming in?
I believe they do what they're required to do, but also they make sure that everybody that comes into the establishment is safe. And one of the ways they do that is by they do pat downs, and on occasion before they step in, there's wanding. And the reason why is because you sometimes you can miss things. But for the most part, yes, their security does do a really good job of making sure that everybody that comes into the establishment doesn't have any weapons on them.
So from your knowledge, from your expertise, because you have nightlife training and going to these various facilities that are open late at night, would wanding find a knife?
Yes.
So
it would find a knife because it's something that is a blade. A blade is made of steel, so that's what the wanding is for.
So the record is clear to you that the stabbing, which I think said knife several times in the reports, was from someone who had been inside, but now they were outside and still in front of the establishment and used a knife against the victim.
Yeah, so it could have been a situation where maybe the first few patrons that had, jumped this person or got into the altercation by the bathroom, they left out. Remember, they left out early. I don't know if these were the same individuals that were involved. It could have been, but they could have easily had more than enough time to go to their vehicle, grab a weapon, and come back. That's just my. I don't say that that's the case. Yeah. But it's very well possible that that's a possibility.
Okay. So your letter is the chief's letter is dated the 21st, and in it says that at the time, which is a day, only one day, that you all did not have a chance to see the video. Has videos been provided to you all regarding this incident?
I believe the detectives were going to see the owners to try to get a video. I know that when I contacted Mr. Way, he said that he was on his way to download everything and to put it on the USB drive to give to our detectives.
So Investigator Jones, I think you said that you actually saw the video that night.
Yes, sir.
How many cameras did that establishment have operating that night?
16.
And from your ability to view the videos of these 16 cameras, did you see any of these individuals who ended up being in the altercations?
So the issue is, again, is that if you're referring to I would call it the third incident on New York Avenue, because it's so far from the front door and the parking lot is huge. There are no cameras on outside of the gate line. So I could not tell you who was involved in that altercation, but like Officer Hernandez indicated, I would assume that whoever got into that fight on New York Avenue was probably patrons of the establishment, but I can't tell you if they were involved in the initial contact.
Okay, so a broader question, since there are a number of other individuals, there was the altercation inside, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did any of the video you observed show that altercation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's okay. And from your view, from your knowledge and your expertise, do they have adequate cameras outside that perhaps need to be considered because of this incident? Or do you think, as you said, if I understood, they do have cameras outside, but they don't go as far as where the incident occurred?
I think that they have adequate cameras. They have cameras that cover the entire interior of the establishment. There are multiple cameras or outside, one that covers the front door. As soon as you come outside, you can see all individuals that are exiting or entering. There's a second camera, and that also shows the entire front deck area. There's another camera that also covers the entire parking lot area. So you could see where the victim was being tended to by security. You could see when the victim was kind of left security and he started pacing the entire parking lot several times before his acquaintances came outside and met up with him at the gate lines. So I don't think that there are any more cameras that they could install unless they do something outside of the gate, which is not their property.
Which is not there. Yes, I agree. But if I'm still understanding where the stabbing occurred, the information that's being given during this hearing is that it was in front of the establishment. So that I'll leave that alone because maybe it really wasn't in that zone that they should have cameras. And I agree with you. They can't have cameras down, everywhere.
Yes,
But
sir.
if you feel that the outside cameras give enough coverage of what they're responsible as security, and at end of night, you're outside making sure people aren't noisy, whatever. If you're comfortable, then I go with that we're fine. And you said that all the cameras are working, which is important, correct?
All cameras are working. The visibility in each camera is really good. There's no distortion. There are no dark spots. There are no shadows. Anywhere that you can review video footage or anywhere that they have cameras that are operable, all cameras that are operable, I'm sorry, have good coverage. And as I said, the only area, which is where this third altercation took place, was on New York Avenue, which was outside of their premises.
So the last thing I'm left with is there was no emergency services called. And what you're saying is that your belief is that if the establishment says to a victim, we will call, and the victim says no, then the establishment has done what they should be doing. But let's say in the context of the stabbing, does MPD call an ambulance? Do investigators call? Or what is your training on that?
So my understanding is that Ms. Purdy, who is the head of security, was actually present when this altercation took place on New York Avenue. She said that she, in fact, made a second call for MPD to respond. She did not call medics. She called MPD to respond because they believe that, when an altercation is taking place, you initially call police. And then at that point, police will call medics if need be. So that was her second attempt at calling MPD. However, they had responded, but that was her second attempt at calling MPD.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I appreciate you giving me this insight because it helps clarify what happened that evening. And
Yes,
Officer Hernandez, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
I will say this, even with us, right? We respond to a scene and we could see somebody that just got injured, hurt, they just got beat up or whatever the case may be. If we ask, do you want the ambulance to respond for you to be checked out? And if they say no, I'm okay, then that's it, right? Because we can't force anyone to get medical attention. The security staff did the same. They asked, the gentleman said no, I'm all right. And when he walked off, that's all they're required to do. They cannot physically hold anyone or make anyone be seen by medical staff.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, just one follow-up question with Officer Hernandez.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Hey, Officer Hernandez, Are you familiar with what they call puncture wounds?
Yes, sir.
So if someone is hitting their chest with an ice pick and tell you, I don't want any medical attention, are you going to call MPD? Are you going to call for emergency medical services for them?
Absolutely, sir. For something
Okay.
that egregious and that serious, absolutely.
Well, are you trained to know how egregious it is or how serious it is without calling and having the fire service come? If they refuse the fire service, then the city has no further action to be taken. But I do think a family that sees someone who has been stabbed and there's no one calls for an ambulance for that person, I think that someone in this city would be held responsible.
That is correct, sir. But
Okay, all right.
MPD did call for ambulance to respond to the location. The victim of the stabbing left with his friend.
Okay, not a problem.
And they and they left on their own. But yes, the medical services were called by us.
If you're familiar with puncture wounds, front or back, you know someone can bleed to death and not even any blood come out.
Correct.
So I knew when years ago, it was the practice of all emergency persons in the district. You call an ambulance, you call for the emergency medical services and let them get a signed release from the person, not a person on the street who has not been trained to appropriately deal with that.
Correct. That is correct.
So is that a policy? Is that a policy that you're going to employ from now on?
From
if someone is stabbed, will you call for an ambulance and let that person tell the ambulance, I don't need any medical attention? If you take that blame, you may be risking your career.
No, sir. Anytime I call on the scene and somebody's injured, I ask and I call the medical services. It's up to them to deny the medical attention or not. In this instance,
thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Officer Hernandez, do you want to finish your statement, sir?
I think there was a misunderstanding somewhere. Like I was saying, the people that were seeing this gentleman as they walked out, and they only noticed, a couple of like bruising and maybe a little bit of bleeding or whatever from a fight, right? That's not a puncture wound. If at that point they asked the person, do you need medical services? And he did not, and he says no, and he walks off. That's all the security staff can do. Now, we're talking about a separate incident of the person being stabbed outside of on New York Avenue. That's absolutely somebody we're going to call medical services, because then that falls on us. So if we respond to the location and we're seeing somebody's getting stabbed, then absolutely we're going to do every life-saving measure possible. Okay, but at that moment, when that individual was stabbed, he had left the scene. When officers arrived, it was found out later on that he had responded to United Medical Center through private means and not through the fire department or EMS services.
Thank you. So we thank you very much for your service, Officer Hernandez. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing him to finish answering that. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Hernandez. I know this is going much longer than we thought. We've missed our lunch break, which we're going to try to do to accommodate. Ms. Empress, I apologize. Do you have any questions that you want to ask the investigator or the officer based on what just transpired, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. I'll keep it brief, though. Now, Investigator Jones, I believe you already, you may have answered this question to everyone's satisfaction, but I went through the police reports and your reports, and you stated that you have seen the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you observed their operations in the past?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if they use glassware in bottles in Aqua?
No, sir, they use plasticware.
So it's unlikely that somebody got hit by a bottle there, based on the fact that they use plasticware and do they pour the beers in the plasticware?
From what I understand, yes, I would say unless someone went behind the bar and took a bottle out of a trash can, yes, sir.
Now, thank you. Now, when you watched the video, did you see the altercation take place by the bathroom, the first altercation?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to observe if any type of weapon, bottle, or was used, or was it hands and feet?
It looked to be hand contact, and when the victim hit the ground, there was definitely feet involved.
Thank you. But you did not, from your observation, you didn't see any weapon being used.
I didn't observe any weapons, any cutting instruments, anything.
Thank you. And the second altercation involving the first victim again that occurred just inside the parking gate. Were you able to see that on camera?
Yes, sir.
And how quickly was that diffused?
Once the victim's acquaintances met up with them close to the gate, the altercation between them was a matter of probably seconds, and then security ran down there within, I would say, probably within 30 seconds. They got there quickly because they were still on the deck.
And Investigator Jones, did you, while watching the video, witness any weapons being used at that time?
No, sir.
So is it, based on what you observed, would it be fair to say that there were no weapons used inside the club or on the property?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Thank you. Officer Hernandez, did you respond to the scene that morning?
I did not respond to that scene, no.
And did you witness any, did you view any of the video?
I did not.
And Officer Hernandez, you said that you're not always able to accommodate the request for reimbursable detail, the RDO. Why is that?
Because it's on a volunteer basis, and right now you have a lot of overtime all over the city and things of that nature. So what's going on is that you're having officers that will sign up, but others won't sign up for other things, and it's just a constant situation where even overtime for the district doesn't get filled, where sometimes officers get held over and things of that nature. And one of the biggest reasons why is because, we're short of manpower. So all of this is on a volunteer basis. And unless you're told to stay over, you're more likely gonna, if you're held over, that's the only way you're forced to do overtime. Other than that, you don't, it's all on voluntary.
I understand. And what is the, how much notice do you need to give if you want a reimbursable detail for an event or a night, or just want to set up a schedule? What's the minimum?
So the minimum is 3 days, right? So it takes 3 days to be able to go through OCFO to be able to get your get an invoice set up so that you can get officers. But the way we do it here on through the 5th district is the RDO details are requested about 2 weeks before the new month. And at that point, before the new month, yes. So then at that point, I put out the emails to see who wants to sign up. Officers then go in and click on whatever nights they want to work and volunteer for it. So I usually have the RDO schedule done a month in advance. A good week before the month even begins, I'll have it already set up so all officers know what nights they're going to work and things of that nature.
But so if somebody wanted to have an RDO for, let's say, a last minute event, you would try to accommodate it, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't fit your scheduling needs. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would try. Yes, we would try to accommodate it. The biggest thing is, the biggest hurdle is going through downtown, right? As long as you get your notice in time for downtown and be able to say yes, we will draw up the invoice and send it to the district coordinator, and the district coordinator then sends it to the RDO coordinator at the district. It's not an issue. At that point, I can request for officers to work that RDO, that detail.
And since we have you, you've stated that you've witnessed, aqua security in operation. You've been to the establishment before. Would you be able to offer any suggestions to avoid an incident like this in the future?
The only thing I would suggest maybe is probably having somebody that's part of your security team, maybe trained in, have a little bit of EMS training so that they can help out if somebody's injured or whatever, just to be able to provide a first aid, initially at the moment. Maybe that at most, but even that's not necessary because you can call medical services.
Yeah, I understand. Right, and I have one more for you. The other thing I wanted to ask you, having the RDO there is great. I mean, it provides a visual deterrent and there's an immediate response, but does it always prevent violence from escalating or getting out of control?
No, it does not. It helps. We try to prevent it before it even happens, right?
Yes.
Try to deter it, get in the midst of it, and try to send everybody on their way without it escalating to violence. But can you always stop it? No.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So we have done with that portion. Mr. Empress, do your clients wish to say anything? Do they have a response that they plan to make or anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, my clients are here to answer any questions and take any suggestions. What they do want to say, and what I will say on their behalf, is that they do plan on.
Put your hand down, Mr. Empress.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Your hands are raised. Yeah. Hand up, yeah. Go ahead.
They do plan on having the RDO whenever they're open, assuming it's available.
I'm sorry. When is that, sir?
No, whenever they're open for business.
So when are they open?
Well, they're allowed to be open every day of the week, but right now they're only open regularly, I believe, 3 nights a week, and they do special events. And
so when is it that they plan to have RDO?
I believe it's correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Zhu. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Let me just add that. Yeah, right now it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mr. Chairman, we have regular events that we have that I coordinate with Officer Hernandez in getting RDO. I just want to mention that we were not required by anyone. We actually volunteer to do that on our behalf. So it's not something that was imposed upon us. It was something that we thought was good to have as addition to our security and our security plan.
And so therefore, I know that it's voluntary. So my next question to you, would you agree to have RDO Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
I will have RDO Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and on top of that, I will have RDO on events that I schedule far enough in advance that I plan for to have RDO on those special events that are not even on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So let's say if somebody wants to have it on a Sunday night or a Monday night, I will make sure that if I have plenty of time, I will schedule that.
All right. So this is this then will be an agreement that you would agree to have RDO Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and when you have special events. So that would be, so this is now the agency, based on your agreement, would now expect you to at least request RDO. We are aware that you can request it, as Officer Hernandez states, that it might not be available. But
I
But the
understand.
agreement is that on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and special events, that you will request RDOs. And RDO, what are your hours? What are your hours of operation?
Usually from 10 in the evening to 3 in the morning on Friday and Saturday. Thursday right now is still open. I don't have a consistent event. If I do, I will make sure that, I don't, right now, my Thursday is not open at this moment. It's just Friday and Saturday. Let's just say that.
So when you've requested RDO, so would it be, and I guess what time do you currently request RDO to be there?
Right now, currently, it's only Friday night between 10 and 3 and Saturday night between 10 and 3.
All right, all right, so we could agree then that would have RDO for Friday and Saturday night between 10 and 3.
Yes, that's for sure. Everything else, it's scheduling wise, I will make sure I do it. If I knew, I usually book it further, pretty far down the road anyway, so I will make sure I will work with Jose regarding to getting RDO for those events too.
All right, let me ask, Officer Hernandez, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
To have RDO, based on their business model, what is it what time is it do you believe that they should have RDO? To 3 o'clock or an hour after closing? What do you think?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Let me make that clear. Those are the opening times 10 to 3. I don't schedule the RDO 10 to 3.
That's what
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that. My schedule hours between 11:30 and 3:30.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's the RDO time.
So what this is just a suggestion, and then we can talk about it. If they're gonna have RDO, what do you think? What are the hours you think would be helpful?
Well, as of right now, the RDO times have been working, right? Because they close down at 3, so our officers are around until 3:30. So as let out is happening, usually let out starts around like 2:45. So you start seeing an influx of people just starting to leave the area, and they're usually done by 3:30. And by then, everybody that is a patron has already left the area. So in terms of the times from 11:30 to 3:30, that's has been working. With this incident though, it was a Sunday, so you had no one there, as far as MPD goes. But the Fridays and Saturdays, the times, that's actually, I couldn't really say that we need to change that because those hours have been working.
So can agree for RDO 11:30 to 3:30, Friday and Saturday, and what are the days of the week? What do you want to agree to for the other days of the week? I'm asking the owner.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. That could be different because during the week, the special events that we book might have different times. So my formula usually goes like this. I'm usually having RDO right about an hour into the event and usually about half an hour after we close. So let's just say I book an event between 8 to 12. I will have somebody there between 9 to 12:30. Does that make sense?
All right, so can we agree, because the RDO they have to work for 4 hours?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just using that.
I'm just trying. Yeah, so we can agree that whenever you have RDO, they should be there
half an hour after we close.
Half an hour after closing.
Yes, that's what I usually do.
All right, so RDO will be at Friday and Saturday is 11:30 to 3:30, and any other days RDO should be available
half an hour after we close.
At least for half an hour after close.
That is agreeable, Mr. Henderson.
All right. Okay. Or anything else you want to state before?
I just want to say that for that night, so that we can put a perspective for the board members, our entrance of the club is occupied with a parking lot, fenced-in parking lot. That parking lot, going from the outside of the fence parking to the front of the club, that is about, I want to say, 75 to 100 feet. So it's really far from it. That's why you know, it's hard to see from the front of the club to the outside New York Avenue. I just want the board members to know that New York Avenue is not right in front of our club. We are literally about 100 feet away from the sidewalks of New York Avenue from the front of the club, so that they can understand the context of why when we brought somebody out, we and for that night, I was watching the camera frame by frame. I also want to state that the gentleman that got into the altercation inside the club, the time that he was asked to sit down, and we asked him about if he needed medical attention, till the time he got up and said no and walked off to the parking lot was within about a minute. When we thought he was walking to the parking lot to walk off his temperament, we thought he was leaving. I think that's one of the reasons why we didn't call the ambulance for him. If he stood there, if we felt like he was incapacitated, we definitely would have called the ambulance. So that was the time that we felt it was just such a short time when that happened, between him walking off and him sitting down and walking off afterwards, and then his friends walking off to find him afterwards, and the second escalation inside the parking lot. We just thought that the time was just so short. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Briefly, any board members have anyone have any questions that they want to ask of the owners? All right, Mr. Empress, you have the last word, sir.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say that on behalf of the owners and the staff, that there's their investigative history and lengthy operation. They've been in operation more than a decade easily. They take the safety and welfare of their patrons seriously, and they proactively, strive to prevent any violent incidents from taking place in Aqua. They have their entire staff TIPS trained. They've had security training, and they do this. They renew everything on a 3-year basis, as the TIPS training expires at that time. So, in this situation, they followed their security plan and protocols and acted responsibly. And they fully cooperated with MPD and ABRA and during their investigations, and will continue to do so in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation today, and on behalf of your client. Officer Hernandez, I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you for you being here today. Mr. Jones, thank you for being here today. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll, as I stated before, our next step is either no further action, or we'll submit this to the Office of Attorney General to see if they believe that a violation occur. But what we have agreed, however, today is that RDO will be the board. This will now become based on what was agreed to by the owner, that is now required that RDO is available on Friday and Saturday from 11:30 to 3:30, and for other days when RDO, any other days, RDO are required at least to be present 30 minutes after closure.
So just to clarify, they're required, but the obligation of the venue is to make the timely request. Whether it's provided or not is up to MPD.
We will, if an incident occurred, and now that it's required that RDO, now that it's, I see that Officer Hernandez. Okay, he's back. What it is that if an incident occur and there's no RDO, what we are going to do, we're going to ask Officer Hernandez, has a request been made for RDO?
Yes, sir.
Now, if a request was made for RDO and there's no availability, then there's no violation. However, if a request was not made, then that's when there's a violation.
Yes, sir. We agree.
So we're saying it's required, but of course, as was testified by Officer Hernandez, is that we might not have the manpower, but as long as the licensee can show that we made a timely request for RDO, then they have complied with their agreement.
Thank you. Sir,
right.
May I pose one more question quickly?
Yes, sir.
One last one to both Officer Hernandez.
Before you ask me, yeah, he's still here. Go ahead.
I just want to say, in your opinion, did the staff and owners of Aqua fully cooperate with you in this investigation, both of you?
But he's not, I'm not sure why I know he had put in the chat that he was still there, and I see his name showed up. So, Officer Hernandez. I don't, although I can't speak for MPD, but the testimony that was elicited today from Officer Hernandez and also from Mr. Jones, it does not, at least it doesn't appear to me that your client acted anyway outside of appropriate in this matter, at least just from my perspective and from what I've heard here today. But Officer Hernandez is not responding, so I'm not quite sure what happened. But all right, but I think the transcript will support the answer to the question that you just asked, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. So thank everybody and thank everyone for their presence today. Have a great day. Thank you very much. I said the board will take this matter under advisement. All right. Thank you. I know it's 2:02. We will, the board will take half an hour lunch, and what I'll ask the board to do is I'll ask all board members to log on to executive committee at 2:30, and we probably will come back to our public hearing at 2:40. So I'll ask all board members to log back on at 2:30. See you at 2:30 in executive committee. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. And prior to doing this afternoon's calendar, I need to do our agenda items from this morning. This should take about 5 minutes. So I'll do the agenda items, and once I do the agenda item, then I'll call our first case for the afternoon. So let's do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 28th, 2023 for case number 23 CIT 00012. It's Neighborhood Market, license number 117177. And the offer in compromise is as follows. No ABC manager on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701A through 1, and 23 DCMR Section 707.1. There's a $250 fine payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that we accept this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated April 17th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2C and GOAT Room, license number 12380. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated April 20th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and DNA Social House license number 117571. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated June 27th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Maze 64, license number 118648. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated March 1st, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B, a group of 5 or more individuals, and Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of review of a joint request to continue protest status hearing in case number 23 PRO 00034 dated April 26, 2023. This is in the OWL room, license number 076166. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number that was number 5. Number 6. Okay, so it's now number. I just did number 6. I apologize. So number.
Oh,
7.
you did number 5.
Number 5. All right. Number 6. Review of a joint request to continue protest status hearing in case number 23 PRO 00034 dated April 26, 2023. This is in the OWL room, license number 076166. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms.
Bobby
Crockett
Cato
seconds.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of a joint request to continue a show cause hearing in case number 22 CMP 00090 dated May 1st, 2023. This is in Johnny Pistola's license number 060401. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. Mr. Cato. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of ANC 1E request for reinstatement of dismissed protest in case number 23 PRO 00039 dated April 29th, 2023. This is in Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of protestants' motion to dismiss petition to terminate settlement agreement in case number 23 PRO 00021 dated April 24th, 2023. This is in Maydam, license number 106450. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of applicant's opposition to protestants' motion to dismiss petition to terminate settlement agreement and motion to dismiss protest of Meridian Hill Neighborhood Association case number 23 PRO 00021 dated April 29th, 2023. This is in Maiden, license number 106450. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of Meridian Hill Neighborhood Association opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23 PRO 00021 dated April 29th, 2023. This is in Maiden, license number 106450. This is now moot. Number 12, review of applicant's motion to Meridian Hills Association Neighborhood Association opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23 PRO 00021 dated May 2nd, 2023. This is in Maiden, license number 106450. This is also moot. Number 13, review of protestants' emergency motion to continue protest hearing and request for clarification case number 23 PRO 00014 dated May 2nd, 2023. This is in barcode license number 115593. We will have, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing later on this afternoon. So we will have oral arguments on the motion. Number 14, review of applicant's opposition to protestants' emergency motion to continue protest hearing and request for clarification in case number 23 PRO 00014 dated May 2nd, 2023. This is again in the barcode matter, license number 115593. We will have oral motions this afternoon once I call that case. So we're at the end of our legal agenda. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for class change from retailer B to retailer A liquor store. This is for Aurora Market license number 121619. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for class change from manufacturer class B to retailer class C tavern with a brew pub endorsement. This is for City State Brewing Company, license number 117581. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grandis seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis the second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for ABRA, license number 100804. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is for Asmara Liquor Store, license number 117125. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review request for approval to provide a gift of non-alcoholic juice that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is for Breakthrough Beverage Wholesaler A, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Ms. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for an expansion of the premises. This is for Carlo Victoria / Lucha Rosa, license number 119917. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for a new Class CX private club license. This is for HQ DC House, license number 124692. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, administrative request to reinstate the canceled license and extend safekeeping. This is for Heat, license number 084620. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, administrative request to reinstate the canceled license and extend safekeeping, original safekeeping. This is for Edgewet, license number 108137. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Shangerlin Hall, license number 123200. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Mr.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our notice of vacate and cease and desist orders. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on April 26, 2023. Las Cuatros Restaurant license number 079261. The licensee paid the second year annual payment on 4/26/23. Fat Pete's Barbecue license number 095574. The licensee paid the second year payment. Toscana Market license number 114180. The licensee paid the second year payment. A&S Grocery license number 101367. Licensee paid the third year payment. Sete license number 060669. The licensee paid the second year payment. La Dulce Noche license number 092426. Licensee paid the second year payment. Butter Chicken Company 3, license number 117385. Licensee paid the second year payment. Knollwood Apartments, license number 096716. Licensee paid the second year payment. Heights Liquor, license number 118369. Licensee paid the third year payment. Flash license number 105774, licensee paid a second year payment. The Duck and the Peach slash the Wells slash La Colina, license number 113986, licensee paid the second year payment. His and Hers Restaurant DC, license number 121770, licensee paid the second year payment. I make a motion that ABC Board vacate the cease and desist orders it previously issued on April 26, 2023 for the licensees that were just listed. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Mr. Cato, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Right. On this docket, I'm going to read the first 23 establishments, and at the end of this list, I will make a motion that ABC Board grants issues these licenses. So I will give the name, the category, and the name of the establishment, and the license number and the attendees. So the first request, a request made from Sean Banks for one-day license class F for Frisbee competition. This is on May 7th. The license number is 124636, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 2, another request from Sean Banks for one-day license class F, Frisbee competition. This is on May 13th. The license number is 124637, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 3 is another request from Sean Banks for Frisbee competition, a one-day license class F. This is on June 2nd, 2023. License number is 124638, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 4, another request from Sean Banks for a Frisbee competition. This is on June 16th. The license number is 124639, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 5, another request from Sean Banks, a one-day license class F, Frisbee competition, July 8th, 2023. License number is 124640, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 6, another request from Sean Banks, a one-day license class F, Frisbee competition. This is July 21st. License number is 124641, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guard. Number 7, a request from Zachary Toombs, Toombs. This is for screening documentaries. This is on May 8th, 2023. The license number is 124622, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, a request from Stephanie Mascara for one-day license class F, fundraiser for Van Ness School. This is on May 6th. The license number is 124635, 125 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9, a request from Lucia Cortez for fundraiser. This is on May 13th, 2023. The license number is 124677, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 10, a request from Alma Frago. This is for a graduation party, May 13th. The license number is 124678, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 11, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, a concert. This is May 10th through May the 11th. The license number is 124681, 500 attendees, 5 security guard. Number 12, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert, May 16th. The license number is 124682, 500 attendees, 5 security guard. Number 13, another request from Lana Mahmoud, one-day license class F, concert, May 18th. License number is 124688, 500 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 14, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, a concert. This is May 23rd, 2023. License number is 124685, 500 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 15, a request Lana Mahmoud, one-day license class F, concert, May 9th. The license number is 1246933, 350 attendees, 6 security guard. Number 16, a request from Martin Awaba, AWABDEH, a one-day license class G for wedding, August 5th. License number is 1246432, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 17, request from Zachary Coles, a one-day license class G. This is for soft opening 5.5 through 5.6 and 5.7.23. The license number is 12465, 1,000 attendees, 12 security guards. Number 18, Linda Harkness, a one-day license class G for a wedding, May 28th. The license number is 12465, 178 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 19, a request from Patrick B. Batista, one-day license class G for a gala. This is on May 20th. The license number is 12467, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 20, a request from Courtney Mack, a one-day license class G. This is a wedding reception. This is on June 4th. The license number is 12466, 127 attendees, 3 security guard. And number 21, a request from Basque Bar, a one-day substantial change. This is for happy hour. Change to use off premises at 1010 Butternut Street Northwest. The license number is 102866. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00700, 50 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 22, a request from Duke's Grocery, one-day substantial change. This is for the King Charles's coronation. This is on May 6th. They're asking to change to open and extend alcohol service out in front of the bar area beginning at 6 a.m. Approved alcohol service will begin at 9 a.m. for the coronation of King Charles of England. The license number is 1112460. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00701. 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 23, request from Guapo's Restaurant, a one-day license, one-day substantial change. This is for the Cinco de Mayo celebration. This is on May 5th. Change to extend into use space in front of adjacent storefront next to licensed patio, and to add 8 tables in that space for the event. The license number is 016332. The substantial change license 23 SC 00703. 50 attendees, 1 security guard. I make a motion that ABC board grants those requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis agrees with all but number 17.
Mr. Anderson, the matter passes. The matter passes 5. Mr. Grandis agrees to vote for all the ones that were listed, with the exception of Zachary Coles for one day license class G. This is on May 5th through May 6th and May 7th. Mr. Grandis has voted against that matter. All the other matters passes 6-0, with all board members voted in favor. Going back to that agenda item, number 24, Taco City 2, a one-day substantial change. This is for Street Festival. This is June 4th, 2023. Nature of substantial change. Change to use the premises off. The license off premises to extend to street event using parking space directly in front of the restaurant to create a station in front of the restaurant for event participants. The license number is 120148. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00704. They're expecting 5,000 attendees and waves throughout the event, 100 at security guard. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short will be voting no based on public safety. The event is it's in a residential area, and I feel 5,000 people is too many to put in a residential street. Mr. Short votes no.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
The matter passed 5-1. Number 25. A request from Regmo Promo Holdings, Inc., Pub Crawl, the Hip Hop Halloween Bar Crawl. This is on October 28th. The license, Youth Street Corridor, license number is 104072. Substantial change license 23 PCE 00017. This is for 1,000 participants. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the license administrative docket. This is the last stage in the agency, either granting the license, or issuing the license, or making changes to official license. And there are 5 licensees, applicants on this agenda. I will read the names, and then I'll make a motion that we approve at the end. The first request is from One Market LLC, International Square Virtual Market LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 122386. They are retailer, a liquor store, trade name change application. The new name is Shawals, SHOALS Market. The second request this is for a personal importation permit application for Daniel A. Gonzalez, license number 23 IMP 00011. Number 3 is a request from Tress Creole Catering, license number 111150, caterer's license. Letter of request to change the address to 2800 10th Street Northeast. Number 4, a request from 5 Iron Golf DC, license number 117509, retailer C restaurant class change application from CR to CT. Number 5, a request from 60 DC SIXTY DC, license number 124187, retailer C hotel new ABC license application. I make a motion that the ABC board approves this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And our final docket for the afternoon is license administrative docket. This is for streetery. There are 3 requests for streeteries on this license, and I'm going to make a motion that the ABC board grants these endorsements. The first one is Love Makato, license number 121351, retailer C restaurant for streetery endorsement. Jojo Restaurant and Bar, license number 060737, retailer C restaurant street endorsement application. And Tiger Fork, license number 103195, retailer C Tavern, street endorsement application. I make a motion that ABC board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now done with our agenda items, and now we'll move back to our calendar, our afternoon calendar. The first matter on our afternoon calendar is case number 23 CIT 00012, new neighborhood market, license number 117177. This case has been canceled due to the approval of an operating compromise. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00090 Johnny Pistolas, license number 60401. This case has been rescheduled to May 24th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. This case has been rescheduled to May 10th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00015, Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403. This case has been rescheduled to June 7th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And so the last case in our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 23 PRO 00014, Barcode, license number 115593. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Stephen O'Brien, your access has been elevated. Carrie Verdi, your access has been elevated. Marissa Hartman, your access has been elevated. Michael Schenkel, your access has been elevated. Susan Velasquez, your access has been elevated. And investigator Vanessa Plaites, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I have everyone be on camera, please? All right, let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Mr. O'Brien, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, O''B-R-I-E-N. And with me is my colleague, Manel Mahmoud, M-A-N-A-L-L-E, M-A-H-M-O-U-D. I am looking for our clients.
What's your client's name, Mr. So I can have our IT specialist look for that.
The client principal is D. That is D-E-E. Halagore G-S. H-A-I-L-E-G-O-R-G-H-I-S. And our witness is Ashley Spiller, A-S-H-L-E-I-G-H, S-P-I-L-L-E-R.
I see that Mr. Halagoris, he's on our line. So can you turn your camera on, sir? Can you please spell and state your name for the record? You're on mute, sir. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. So please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, last name is Haile Georgis, H-A-I-L-E-G-O-R-G-H-I-S. First name D-E-R-E-G-E.
And you are, sir? What's your relationship to the establishment?
I'm a part of the owner.
Thank you. All right. All right, so let's start with the ANC. Can we have the ANC representative identify themselves for the record?
All right, I was talking away and was on mute. Hi, I am Michael Schenkel, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, last name Schenkel, S-H-A-N-K-L-E, and I'm the chair of ANC2C.
Thank you, sir. All right, and let me see. We have the DuPont Surplus. Is it DuPont Surplus Civic Association? I'm sorry, let's have Ms. Verdi. Can you introduce yourself for the record, please, and tell me who you represent?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and the board members. I'm Carrie Verdi, Kerry, last name Verdi, V as in Victor, D as in dog, I. I am the representative of the protesting group of 5 or more, and have also been authorized today to represent the the DuPont Circle Citizens Association, should this move forward to protest. And I have 3 witnesses who are also here, present on the screen. You will see Marissa Hartman, Susan Velaskovich, and with her is Gil Livingston.
Do we have is there a, so this matter is being protested by the ANC, group of 5 or more on the DuPont Circle Civic Association, is that correct? So all the right.
That is correct.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, sorry for the delay. But this matter is a protest hearing. And this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing. And it's are there any preliminary matter that needs to be addressed by the board prior to us starting this hearing? I believe that a motion was filed, and so maybe by the protesters, maybe you can just let us know the nature of your motion.
Thank you. Again, this is Carrie Verdi on behalf of the protestants. And we did move, and I understand that we moved late according to 23 DCMR section 1705. But we moved for an emergency continuance and believe that the continuance should be granted, both in the interest of justice and for cause, because we moved as soon as we uncovered that an issue existed with the placard and with the representations that had been made throughout this process. The placard was posted on December 16th, 2022, and it advertised that the nature of the substantial change was, and it says, quote, a request to expand the premises into contiguous space, increasing the total occupancy load of the interior from 149 to 361, and the sidewalk cafe capacity from 40 to 62. So the 2 issues on the placard were to, 1, increase the occupancy by 212 based on the applicant's expansion into contiguous space, and 2, an increase in occupancy of the sidewalk cafe. What the placard does not indicate, and was not indicated at any time throughout the mediation or to the investigator, was that what was actually being sought was a 3-fold substantial change. The first being an increase in the existing capacity in the existing space from 149 to 268, which is an increase of 119, plus an additional 93 individuals for the contiguous space. So, and because this issue was never made clear on the placard or during the protest process, it was neither addressed by the investigator, which is certainly not the investigator's fault, as it appears that the applicant hid this issue throughout this entire process. At the mediation, which was a lengthy mediation, they never indicated that they were seeking to increase the current occupancy load. Our entire discussion focused on the contiguous space, saying they explained, and this is where I believe there was a sleight of hand, our occupancy numbers come from square footage, all said in the context of the contiguous space. Then the applicant's counsel wrote a letter to the investigator in which he stated the substantial change proceeding, the licensee is seeking only to add to its premises contiguous space and to extend its present sidewalk cafe to in front of the expansion space. That's the same 2 issues that are on the placard, the same 2 issues that were raised at the mediation. He never says, oh, and we plan to increase the current capacity by 119. Now, another reason I believe this was obfuscated is that in the statement made to the investigator, they specifically addressed the increased occupancy space of the sidewalk cafe, stating that the sidewalk cafe has an authorized capacity of 40 and the requested approval will increase that capacity to 60. Of course, that increase will require separate approval from the Public Space Committee of the Department of Transportation. Never in their statement to the investigator do they say that they are seeking to increase the current occupancy of 149 to 268, which would also require separate approval. Only in settlement discussions on Monday did we learn of this. Now, and at approximately 4:30 Monday afternoon, our motion was filed before 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. Now, in their opposition, Mr. O'Brien said that we should have known this because in their PIF, they state that there were 3 issues, and one of them was to increase total occupancy in existing premises from 149 to 268. That was in the PIF. However, given the context of all of our discussions, we believe this to be a typo because the plans that are attached clearly identified the new additional occupancy, the proposed revised patio occupancy. So they never at any point say proposed additional occupancy for the additional space. Further, we had sent settlement, we have, and Mr. O'Brien noted this in his opposition, have had ongoing settlement negotiations for the past few weeks. They were, we did have some trouble getting them started, but once we did, we have had settlement negotiations. And in that context, we had agreed at one point to say, we'll agree to the expansion in the contiguous space, provided that it is only used for pre-booked special events, which is what had been relayed to us at the mediation and also to the investigator. And they backed away from that, saying, no, we don't want to have to agree that we would only use it for that space. So then when looking at the PIF, it seemed to us they were making an argument in the alternative. One, the increased space where they say that they would use it only for private events booked in advance. And the alternative, we thought, was to just increase the space and hopefully ABCA won't require us to use it for pre-booked space or for pre-booked events, excuse me. So I think it is clear from this record that they have attempted to hide this third change that they are seeking throughout the entire process. And now that puts you, the board members, in an untenable position of potentially having to rule on a protest when your investigator was not afforded the opportunity to investigate and report on a substantial change of increasing existing space size from 149 to increase it by another 119 people. Also, protestants are not supposed to learn of issues in the PIF. They're supposed to be clearly posted on the placard and certainly explained to the protestants throughout the process. So again, this motion was filed immediately upon learning of the issue. It was not for delay or any other reason. And the applicant should not be awarded for hiding this issue, and ABCA should not be placed in a position of ruling on a protest without giving its investigator the opportunity to investigate and report on the occupancy issue. So for these reasons, we believe in the interest of justice, and we've demonstrated good cause to continue the protest hearing, to allow for the establishment to be replacarded, to allow the investigator to reinvestigate, and to give the parties an opportunity to mediate with all issues in front of them to see if a resolution can be reached. So for that reason, on behalf of the protestants, we ask that a continuance be granted.
Mr. O'Brien.
I understand now that the protestants were confused. I consider it very unfortunate to hear allegations of hiding, sleight of hand, and hiding. The substantial change was initiated by letter to the board of September 20th.
2022, almost 6 months ago. And we said that in the letter, and the board has the letter, that we seek expansion to the contiguous space and an increase in capacity from the present 149 to 361. And that is true. That is true then, and it's true today. That is what we request. Now, I'm asking Ms. Mahmood to put up on the screen the drawing that accompanied the September 20th, 22 letter.
So, all right, so you want to show us the drawings there? All right, go ahead.
Okay. This was the drawing accompanying the request. The yellow is the expansion space. The balance is the existing space. Now, I don't know if the board can read on the screen, but it's clearly stated that we want the existing space to have 268 occupants. And I'm saying aside versus the present 141. And Ms. Verity's arithmetic is correct. So a 119 increase in the existing space. And if we scroll down a little bit, an additional 93 in the expansion space, which comes to an increase of 268 plus 93 equals 361. That's what we requested. That's what's in the placard. Now, what the protestants did not understand, apparently, was that the increase to a maximum of 371 came from two sources. One is the increase in the existing interior, and the second is the expansion space. But the total is 361. And that's all we're requesting. And that's been on the table for 6 months. Now, with respect to, and the placard, and that was what's in the placard, and the placard's correct, 149 to 361. Now, as far as timeliness goes, we did last Wednesday file our respective PIFs. And I'd asked Ms. Actually, if in our opposition to the motion, we highlighted 3 components. Expand to contiguous space 93. Number 2 in the PIF, to increase total occupancy in existing premises from 149 to 268. Now, I'm not challenging that the protestants were confused, but they have known for a week, or they have been educated for a week as to their confusion. Yet they filed a motion for continuance on the day before the hearing. So it's, in sum, the motion for continuance is not well-founded in that what we're requesting has been on the table for 6 months, and it's untimely since they have known since a week ago that that they were confused. They were educated a week ago. So that's why the motion for continuance should be denied.
You can close the screen, Ms. Mamo. You can close the screen, please. Ms. Verdi, do you have? I have some questions I'm going to ask, but do you have a response, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, going back to the letter, that's the first time we've heard the letter read. The letter again, the letter that was sent by the applicant does not make this issue clear to ABCA at all. It says that they seek an expansion to contiguous space from 149 to 361. That is very different than applicant seeks to expand to 93 in contiguous space and increase its current occupancy by 119. And the reason this is so important is that at mediation, in their statement to the investigator, at meetings with at ABRA, the ANC, they always represented that the contiguous space would only be used for pre-booked private events. So the focus of the settlement attempts, the focus of preparing for the protest was focused on what it appeared to be from the placard and from the letter that was sent to ABCA, as well as what they said to the investigator, which was only two issues, one of which was the expansion into the contiguous space, was would we agree to a contiguous space expansion that was only going to be used for pre-booked private events? That's very different than an expansion of the club size as a whole, because they had also said to the investigator, now they've backed away from that, but did tell the investigator that there would be no overflow from Barcode to this private event space. So by now saying, hey, everyone knew we wanted 361 is, it was nothing more than hiding this issue, because the way it was written was seeking an expansion to contiguous space. And they told the investigator that there were only two issues that they sought to address. And it was expansion of the contiguous space and expansion of the outdoor cafe. They've never made clear that they were also, there's nowhere anywhere in the paperwork that says our original certificate of occupancy is 149, and we are seeking to change that certificate of occupancy from 149 to 268. And I think it's an imperative issue that the investigator have the time to look at that issue. And it certainly has a very different bearing on peace, noise, quiet, and parking when you're talking about additional people simply in the club versus additional people in a pre-booked private event space.
Yes, Mr. Brian.
I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmood to put back up the drawing. The yellow, I'm sorry. Yes. Center. The yellow is more than twice the expansion space. It's obvious that the 149 to 361, an additional 268, cannot come from the expansion space only. I would ask the board to ask council how long protestants have had this drawing. I believe it be many months. It was submitted as part of the original substantial change request.
We received this drawing with the PIF on Wednesday. And I would also note that even in the investigator Feitz's report, she notes that the the expansion space appears to be smaller than the current space. So I believe that there was, if it wasn't a sleight of hand, it wasn't obfuscation, I think there has at least at a minimum been confusion as to what has been sought and what is being requested, and that there should be time to allow this third issue to be properly investigated and vetted before a protest.
Mr. Chair, 361 equals 361. If the protestants were confused regarding which areas contributed to the 361, it doesn't change the fact that the protestants have always understood since day one from the placard that we wish to go to 361.
Let me ask a question before. Mr. Bright, what are the applicant's actual plans for the change of occupancy?
They are depicted on the drawing to increase. The existing space is 4,500 feet, but the present owners inherited when they acquired the business a capacity of 149. As depicted on the drawing file, they wish to go from 149 to 268. Another element of this is to expand into contiguous vacant space, and that will support another 93. So they want to go from an existing space 149 to 268. Is that right? 268 plus add another 93, and that's how we get to 361, which is always been the number on the table.
And just for clarification, and then the protest can respond. So, what's the existing space of 90? I'm sorry, the contiguous space, the expansion of the 93. Is that, how will that space be utilized?
That the space will be utilized as private event space for private parties. The licensee is constantly receives requests for booking private events, but given its limited capacity presently from the existing space, it cannot accommodate them. And there will be no flow between the private event space and the principal premises. Meaning people can't go back and forth wandering. The private event space will only be used when private events are booked. It will not be used for overflow on a busy night.
Now, I'm going to ask this question in both parties. Is Mr. Brown, have you read the protest report that was filed by the investigator?
Yes, I have.
Now, is the protest report correct or incorrect regarding your client's plans?
I did not perceive any inaccuracy. Mr. Chair, are you referring to any particular section of the protest?
No, I'm just asking generally. I'd ask the question. I'm just trying to get some clarification. One of the things that the protesters is asking for is for us to go back, and that they're asking for postponement, for us to go back and for the investigator to go and do an additional investigation. So I'm just trying to get some things on the record before, so the board can make an informed decision on what it is that we're going to do.
Yes, well, I recognize that the protestants want to dial back to zero a matter that's pending for 3 months, 6 months, and may be pending for another 3 months for the board to render a decision. They wanted to dial back to 0 and start all over again. But the protest report is accurate in this sense. I'm looking at page 2 at the bottom, where Investigator Polites quotes counsel for protestants as stating, as you know, barcode is applied for a substantial license change that would increase its internal occupancy from 149 to 361.
Which
So
is
that's the statement of my opponent, and that statement is accurate.
And if I may,
Hold on,
sorry,
Ms.
Steve, I thought you were done.
Hold on.
I'm not aware of any inaccuracy in the protest report, is the best answer I can give you, Mr. Chair.
So the protest report says that the change they're asking for an additional 212. Is that correct? I guess that's what I'm
sorry, say that again, sir.
That you're asking for an increase of occupancy of 212. Is that that's what the protest report states? Is that what it states?
Well, what it states what I just read, which is the investigator's quotation of Ms. Verdi's representation. But I'm trying to find. I don't know where the protest report states that the increase in capacity is from 149 to 361.
But I guess what I'm trying to find out, you're asking for an occupancy level of to increase it from 149 to 361, which is an increase of 212. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I guess as far as the protest is concerned, is the report incorrect?
No, I don't believe you.
I'm asking the protestants. I know you have said that it isn't, so I'm trying to get the position of the protestants.
And the position of the protestants is that it is not through any fault of the investigator, but because of this statement made by Mr. O'Brien on page 4, that in this substantial change proceeding, the licensee seeks only, and I'm putting the emphasis on only to add to its premises contiguous space and to extend its present sidewalk cafe to in front of that expansion space. So that's two things that seeks, those are the only two things it says that the licensee is seeking. So that leads to the conclusion, because there were no drawings, there are no numbers, that the additional occupancy is in the contiguous space, which is consistent with what the placard says. And the entirety of the discussions, and even what Mr. O'Brien says in his statement to the investigator, is that the contiguous space will be used for private events. So where the report is, and I don't know that the proper word is inaccurate, but is that it is incomplete. And that because Mr. O'Brien said those were the only two issues being sought in the substantial change, when in fact there was a third issue, which is increasing their certificate of occupancy, which is increasing the space in the current club, it changes the whole nature of the protest. Because
But
the
I guess,
contiguous space is only supposed to be seated private events, which is very different than, oh, plus we're going to add 119 to Barco's existing operation.
so the protestants thought that the contiguous space that would be utilized for private events would have an occupancy of 212, which is larger than the establishment itself.
That's what we understood at the time. We did not have these drawings. Mr. O'Brien did not provide them to us. That had been our understanding throughout the course of our negotiations and discussions with the applicant.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
the protestants have understood that this proceeding was an increase of 212. What they were confused about, or previously what they were confused about, and I don't question their good faith, even though mine's been questioned, is they thought the entire 212 was coming from the expansion space instead of being spread across the two spaces. But they still understood that it was 212 more persons. The placard said, request to expand the premises into contiguous space, increasing the total occupancy load from 149 to 361. The placard is correct.
I'm listening to you. Go ahead. No, I'm listening. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Verdi, if the board was to grant a continuance, what specific things you believe that you'd add to your PIP in response to this new allegation?
But what we would add to our PIP, there would be a very different way that we would address, obviously, and I think there would be additional investigation of the overcrowding of the current space. I think we would need to determine, because based on the investigation I've done so far, the plans are not in conformity with the International Building Code to allow for the increase in capacity that they're asking for in the current space. So there would be differences in how we would address the current space, how it's treated now, the occupancy levels now, versus private event space.
No, but I'm asking you, what information I'm not speaking about this matter. This matter is not going to be settled. We're going to have a hearing. So what additional information do you believe that you're going to put in your PIP? So that's what I'm trying to find out, because I'm trying to figure out what would change. What additional information that you're going to add in your PIP that is not currently there?
I would expect to add certainly additional exhibits. Also, we made some calls about specific witnesses that we would have called, that I think that would change, given that the nature of the nature of the substantial change is very different, because we were talking about additional event space. Now, when we're talking about the club, I think we would have different witnesses and additional exhibits.
Any questions by any board members? You have a question, Mr. Short? Go ahead.
Yes, I do. I'd just like to ask this question. The plans that were shared on the screen earlier, were they stamped by an engineer or someone from the, as the protestant just asked, from the building code administrations, or how did the plans come about? Who drew those plans up, and were they approved by any city officials?
This is too large.
And second question would be, was there any new space involved? So we're gonna double the numbers in the same space. And if it's not signed off by the building section of the city and by an engineer, I'm wondering how that's gonna work out.
Just to put some clarification, and they can answer Mr. Short. There are two spaces. I think there's agreement between the parties that there are two spaces. One, yeah.
Sidewalk Cafe on the L Street side, and then the original interior. We're very familiar with it, Mr. Chair. You know, I think you've been on the board long. You know, we've had Barcode before us on several occasions, and basically it dealt with a lot of overcrowding. So if they haven't added any new space, we're gonna make. I don't know. I like to know who signed off on it and who put the plans together for the applicant. And where they stamped by any city government official.
What I was saying to you, Mr. Short, where there's no misunderstanding with the parties. There is a new space. Okay, there is a new space that was presented that they're assuming a new space.
Can we see the drawings again, Mr. Chair? Can you point those out to me? Can we see the drawings again and you show me what the new space is? Because maybe I missed that.
All right,
Mr. Mahmoud will put it back up.
Thank you.
Can you point out where is the current? Explain to us what we're looking at, please.
All right. The expansion space, the new space, is highlighted in yellow. The below it is the existing space.
Can I ask a question, sir? Can I ask a question?
Yes, Chief, sure.
Thank you. Isn't the yellow space back right up to L Street where the old Sidewalk Cafe was?
Correct? No, sir. L Street runs along the right side. It runs vertically along the right side of the drawing.
Okay, because I don't see any arrows showing north, south, east, or west. So I'm
yeah. So L Street is Ms. Mahmoud is running the cursor, showing where L Street is.
Okay. Well, Mr. O'Brien, I know you know pretty much about drawings and a lot of things. You've been in this business a long time, and normally drawings would show the streets. It would be a north, south, east, west. It would show where the existing Sidewalk Cafe is versus the new space or whatever. So if where the cursor is now, Earl, that's L Street, correct?
Where the cursor is now is L Street.
Right. That's where the Sidewalk Cafe is.
No, that's where the street is. The Sidewalk Cafe, if you look at the top, it says Sidewalk Cafe expansion.
I got it.
And that's in red.
Right.
And then below that is the existing Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay. So currently, what is in that space now where the red box is?
Well, the red box is a open sidewalk. The yellow is a former dry cleaner that became available, and that's what caused it's vacant now, and that's what caused the submission of this request.
Mr. O'Brien, that's the first I've heard about a new property or an additional property, because that's the reason why I was asking that question. And I think you know where I was going with that, with the questioning. So if the L Street side and the red line is where the street is, so how much space are you adding in that red box? How much space, square footage is that?
The red box is sidewalk space.
How much space is that?
It's enough to
square feet.
I don't know that number off the top of my, well, wait a minute, it's probably in the legend right here. Proposed revised it's Ms. Blackman, can you read this right here?
Mr. Brown, while you're looking to get someone to read that, again, where are the stamps from any building, any engineer, Who did the plans for you?
Okay, and an architectural firm called to scale. And it's the company's name is the Arabic numeral 2 and then the word scale.
Okay,
To
I
scale.
understand. I understand, but
Okay.
don't they normally have a stamp that they put on all their projects? Because I see what it says at the bottom. Come up a little more where it says preliminary. So this is not the final plan, not for construction. Preliminary, not
Yes.
for construction. So that it's no stamps. I mean, it's preliminary, not for construction. What does that mean?
Okay. Two things are required in order to complete this project. Board approval.
Well,
It's
the board doesn't normally. Is that correct?
Well, as far as certificate of occupancy goes, yes. I mean, I can apply for 2,000, but if the certificate of occupancy is for 200, I get 200.
My point exactly.
Okay.
My point.
Yes, but the practice, it's a chicken and egg problem, which comes first. We're not going to go ahead and incur the expense of construction drawings going all the way through DCRA stamps and all, and then turn around and request from ABC board the authority, and then have it protested and perhaps denied. So we come to the ABC board with the concept.
Okay, great. So you want the ABC board to approve the numbers before the building code people do. Is that what you're asking? That's neither the chicken nor the egg. The normal procedure has been, since I've been on this board, is we don't give approval of something, especially with numbers, until we hear from the building code construction, or now they call it the building, whatever the new name is for the city. But at any rate, and we normally like to see plans that have been stamped by an engineer and approved for such numbers and such space. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Can I respond, Chief Short?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Every application comes in with drawings. That's the applicant's estimate of what they can do. But once again, if I go ahead and apply for 200, however, eventually the building department only applies for 149, then I get a license for 149. But that is a very common practice. No one would go ahead and spend many, many thousands of dollars to do construction plans, go through the Department of Buildings, and only then go to ABC and say, can we approve this at the risk, of course, of being denied. So the board's regulations 405.1 authorize the board to go ahead and approve an application before a certificate of occupancy issues.
Mr. O'Brien,
yes,
just being very truthful with you, I respect you highly, and you know I do because I've been knowing you a lot of years.
Thank you, Chief.
But what I'm asking is this a normal procedure to double or triple occupancy based on plans that say not for construction or preliminary? Is that
yes.
is that the preliminary plans are normally sent before this board, or any zoning or anyone else preliminary plans?
Yes, it is the normal, and that's what 405.1 does. There's two steps.
I understand.
Approval and license issuance.
Okay.
The approval is of the approval of a request, but the license issuance requires a conforming certificate of occupancy. This is the normal procedure.
Okay, well, I understand that. So I guess what I'm trying to get in my head now, wrap my head around now, Mr. Chairman, is what are because I haven't heard the protestants that they're against this. They simply say they want to get all of the, again, chickens and eggs lined up prior to this board approving those kinds of numbers with plans that have not been approved by anyone other than the applicant.
That's not the issue, Mr. Short. This is the issue. This is where we are right now.
Go ahead.
The protestants is asking for us to continue the hearing. And the reason why the protestants are asking us to continue the hearing, it was based on their misunderstanding of how they increase occupancy, The protestants are stating that we understand the substantial change and that you want to increase your occupancy from 149 to 361. However, we were under the understanding that the increase in your occupancy would come from you acquiring another space, that you were not asking us to increase the occupancy of your current space and also to add a separate space. So that's the issue here. So whether or not, so I don't think there's any disagreement. I don't think the protestants are disagreeing with whether or not they can expand or not. They're just saying that our understanding was that yes, you want to change, but we thought that the change that you're asking for was just into a contiguous space, and that the contiguous space would increase your occupancy, not that you're asking for two things, to increase your current occupancy and also to get a new space. So that's the issue. So that's the issue that the board needs to decide. The board, at this juncture, the board is not, and this is we're arguing a motion right now. So we're not into the merits of the case, whether or not it's appropriate or not. It's just the protestants are saying, from their view, they don't believe it's right for us to move forward with the hearing based on this new information. So let me ask a question to you, Mr. O'Brien. The protestants are stating that at a minimum, that they misunderstood what was being requested. And they went through mediation, they went through settlement. Do you believe if we were to issue a continuance that could this matter be settled, or is settlement closed? That this matter is not going to be settled. We're going to go to a hearing based on where I'm asking you from your perspective, based on where the protestants are telling you their misunderstanding of how they think that this space was going to be utilized. Do you believe that this case, if we were to continue the case, that this matter could be settled, or we're just going to push the can down the road and we're going to have a hearing in I guess the protestants are saying no earlier than June 14th.
I don't know where that date comes from.
I'm just saying that's what they threw out. Yes.
Yes.
Which I don't think we're going to have a hearing, even if it's postponed. We're not going to have a hearing June 14th. So, based on our calendar. So I'm just saying that that's not a date.
I believe that we exchanged multiple settlement proposals. I thought we got close, but ultimately we didn't get there. I don't see a reversal of that by a continuance.
All right. I'm going to go into executive session, but any final? I mean, Miss Verdi, you made the motion. So any final arguments you want to make before I'm going to go into executive session, so we can decide whether or not we're going to grant or deny the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are actually 3 points that I'd like to make. The first follows up on the point where you previously asked me, how would our PIF change? And I think that Mr. Short made an extremely good point when he said Barcode has been before you a number of times already on overcrowding issues. Now, because we did not believe that the current space was at issue here, those issues, overcrowding that has already existed in the existing space, would certainly be something that we would add to our PIF and add to our exhibit list. Second, I knew there was another place in the investigator's report that I wanted to highlight for the board that I think shows, you know, I don't want to ascribe ill will to Mr. O'Brien. I think that we have worked very collegially, but I think just perhaps it's been the wording, whatever, that has caused confusion, but not just to me. Because if you read, it's on page 7 of the investigator's report under building interior. She states that the inside of the premises contains one large bar, a small bar, 2 restrooms with multiple stalls, and a kitchen and an office located at the back of the establishment. The substantial change application requests to add a separate space that will not be a part of the existing space. The added space is located directly next door to the establishment and appears to be significantly smaller than the existing space. So reading that again, I think shows confusion, or at least that nobody was focusing during this process on that the additional 119 people would be in the existing space. Everything was focused on what was going to be in the expansion space. And, you know, finally, I think that Mr. Short raised a number of other issues that we're certainly, you know, show that additional time is necessary from these plans. They don't add additional bathrooms. They don't add, you know, which are required under the code. But there are things when you ask Mr. O'Brien, could this be settled? We've only been working on settlement, for maybe 2 weeks because there were personal matters that prevented the back and forth prior to that. And so once we started, I actually think that the groups made substantial progress. But once we learned of this new issue, we had no choice but to immediately come and seek a continuance, and haven't had the opportunity to continue discussions and a mediation with Ms. Fletcher again, all of the things that I think could be beneficial now that these issues have been fully fleshed out and there's much more transparency in this process than there had been. So we continue to ask for a continuance and believe that we have demonstrated cause for the continuance at this point.
So, Brian?
I want to address that the barcode has been before you in the past.
And
the
Mr. Bryan, I just want to clarify the record. That is not, at least for me as one board member, that is not relevant because maybe part of the issue is that they were overcrowded for 149, and that's one of the reasons we're asking for a larger space. So, but it's not that important to me. But you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I don't want to leave it hanging out there for the board members when they're considering the protest hearing on its merits. I don't want this to be in the back of the mind. Barcode has existed for quite some time. Current ownership acquired it in 2019. And the only violations since current ownership acquired it were COVID restriction violations. There have been, other than COVID restriction violations, the record is clear. But the protest is peace, order, and quiet, or residential parking needs. It doesn't matter where the 212 comes from, whether it comes from only the new space only the existing space, or in fact, as is in fact the common space. It's 361 is 361. And that's the number the board evaluates in the context of, will this impact peace, order, and quiet? Will this impact residential parking needs? Doesn't matter which door they come out of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
right.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, before,
Yes, Mr. Grandis. Go ahead, sir.
thank you. Mr. O'Brien,
Yes, sir.
I think
I cannot
all the
hear
board
Mr.
members-
Brandis.
Yes, I think all the board members, and I'm sure the protestants have all read the materials that you have presented on behalf of your client. And what I'm challenged by right now, because we're going to go into deliberations.
Just on the motion. That's all. That's all.
Yes, right, exactly. So, but I want clarification to give the applicant an opportunity to show me where, because what we have on the placard and what has been presented through documents and what's in the report from the investigator clearly says that your client is looking for a substantial change regarding the new building, the acquired building, and additional seating and for outside sidewalk cafe. And I hear what you're telling us, but it's not in any of the materials other than the substantial change is for the additional space and for additional sidewalk seating. And I'm just want to make sure that I'm correct in understanding that, because that's how I see the materials.
Okay, I would invite your attention, Mr. Grandis, to the placard notice. Nature of substantial change. Request to expand the premises into contiguous space, increasing the total occupancy load. And I emphasize the word total of the interior from 149 to 361. Now, council says that she read that as meaning that the entire additional 212 would come from the existing, would come from the expansion space, but it doesn't say that.
Thank you.
It says, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00014 barcode, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meeting Act, and deliberate upon case number 23 PRO 00014 barcode for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. I'll ask that, folks. We're going to go into executive session. We are going to log off, but I'm asking all members not. I'm asking the other parties not to log off. You can mute your line and turn your camera off, and we'll come back on. We will rejoin you as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Executive session, please.
What's wrong? Open what? Relax. It was meant to be, meant to be. Relax. It was meant to be and meant to be.
All right, we're back in the record. The motion on the table is that the protestant had requested that the ABC board grant a continuance, an emergency continuance. The protestant stated that there was this, they stated that the placarding was misleading. The protestants, we don't believe that the protestant does not have standing to request that the board re-placard the matter. And the protest, the case report is a report that's written on behalf of the board. It's not the party, therefore, no party has standing to request that we re-investigate the matter. The parties are welcome to add additional evidence, challenge anything in the report, or address matters not raised in the report. The board, as everyone is aware, mediation is voluntary, so the board can't order the parties to go to additional mediation if it's not determined that if both parties do not want to attend mediation. Regarding the occupancy, we believe that it's 212. I mean, that is what the licensee is asking for. The applicant is asking for an increase of 212. And we believe that the configuration of the 212 is de minimis. And it does not significantly impact on the appropriateness grounds as far as the impact on additional people on the premises and the surrounding community. So with that said, I'll make a motion that we deny the motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Miss Henson.
Ms. Hanson, I disagree.
Mr. Grandel.
I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-1. And so therefore, we're going to deny the motion. We're going to move forward with the protest hearing today. If the parties, if they mutually request a continuance, the board will consider that favorable. If both parties request a mutual, a joint motion to continue the hearing. But if not, we'll start our hearing today. I mean, I can give the parties need a couple of minutes. It's 4:41. We can start the hearing at 4:50 if the parties want a couple of minutes before we start, or we can start right now.
Can we have 10 minutes, Mr. Chair?
All right, it is all right. It's 4:42. 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Okay.
5 o'clock.
Carrie, I'll call you.
At 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock. So do not log off. Just turn your camera off. We unmute, and at 5 o'clock. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. See you at 5, Mr. Chair.
So then, let me go and
All right, we're back in the record. All right. We're back in the record. So where we were before, I suggested that if the parties mutually requested a continuance, the board would favorably consider that. So where are we?
Ms. Verity and I believe that a brief continuance might result in a resolution. We can't accomplish it today. Ms. Verity's got multiple clients and she has to canvass them. We've talked to the board's general counsel, and all the parties and witnesses are available on May 23rd. Correction, 23rd. And your general counsel indicated that there might be a possibility that a quorum could be mustered on that date.
And what time is being proposed?
I believe
It
that
was 10:30 a.m.
10:30.
We can be flexible on the 23rd.
All right. If there's a joint motion to continue, I then make a motion that we continue this hearing to the 23rd. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Just want to let the party know there are now 5 members of the board. As of today, the board only has 5 members. But in order for meetings to occur, we only need 3. 3 is a quorum. So we have more than a quorum. So moving forward until we have had some, but there are now officially 2 openings on the board. So we will have 5 members here. So that might be, anyway. All right, so this matter then is continued to May 23rd. And I believe that our general counsel will speak to the parties whether or not this matter will be at 10:30 or at 1:30. But the board is available for us to have this hearing on the 23rd. All right. I would like to thank
you for your indulgence.
You're welcome. And I do hope that the board supports settlement, and I'm not saying that this matter must be settled, but the board supports settlement if matters can be settled, because at the end of the day, this is a license that is in a location because it's not a new license, and so whatever decision that we make, that the parties have to mutually coexist. So we're hoping that they can coexist through a meeting of the mind rather than for the board to make a decision. If the board has to make a decision, it will make a decision. But we prefer if the parties can settle matters, because at least at the end of the day, both sides will leave happy because there's a give and take. But when the board makes the decision, one side might be happy and the other side is unhappy. And so if it can be, if not, we will see you on the 23rd. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and hopefully you have a fruitful negotiation. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So I believe now we're at the end of the day. So let me close our hearing for the day. Our calendar for the day. I'm sorry. All right. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 4th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged civil or criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 4th, 2023, as published in DC Register on April 28th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now it's been second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you very much for your active participation today. And I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a great day.